Thank you. Morning, my name is Pearl Officer Windham. Today is Monday, December 16th, 2024, and this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing with the Connecticut Board of Pardons and Paroles. For the record, Mr. Ayuso, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. It's an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history reference erasure. You fall under this act, and this means you are under the age of 21. That the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you've displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they've reviewed all statutorily required documents and available and pertinent information in preparation.
Thank you. Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Madam Member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Thank you. Also, we have in attendance today Public Defender Kara Moreu. Attorney Moreu, I hope I'm saying your last name correctly. Can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Oh, Attorney Moreau? Yes.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Hi, sorry. Kara Moreau. My juris number is 438182. And I'm sorry, I'm having a little bit of a hard time hearing. I didn't hear what else you had asked for.
Oh, just your name, your juris number, and your business address, please.
Yes, my business address is 350 Orange Street, New Haven, Connecticut.
Thank you. Also present, we have State's Attorney Ann Mahoney. Attorney Mahoney, if you can also please state your name, your juris number, and business address for the record.
Good morning, Ann Mahoney. I have two different juris numbers, so I think the one you want is 306-688. It could be 406-660. I will text you the correct one or try to find between the two meetings. And my business address is the State's Attorney's Office, 120 School Street, Danielson, Connecticut, 06239. Good morning.
Also present this morning, we have Office Fixer Services, Ms. Hamlet Williams. Mr. Ayuso, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Geovanni Ayuso, 293769.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. If you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Ayuso, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed with the hearing at this time?
No.
You're willing to proceed, sir?
Oh, yes.
Thank you. As I previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Geovanni Ayuso, inmate number 293769. Mr. Ayuso is serving a sentence of 30 years followed by 10 years of special parole for murder. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which include anger management, administrative segregation programming, SRG program, good intentions, bad choices, and voices, and he has also currently maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Ayuso, at this time, this is your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Can I just interrupt for 1 second? Are you having a hard time hearing us?
A little bit, yes.
It's a little bit echoey in here, so I was having some trouble, but I don't know if there's necessarily a solution. So maybe we can just ask if we have a hard time hearing.
Is there a volume we can turn up? Can they turn up a volume at the facility? Let's just check and make sure.
Okay, thank you.
I'm sorry. So the volume I have is only going up to 100%.
That answers our question. Thank you.
Okay.
All right, thank you. So we're going to be asking questions. So I just wanted to make sure that both of you could hear the questions clearly. We'll try and speak much louder.
Okay, thank you.
Okay?
Yeah.
Thank you. I think too, maybe if you're able to have the questions go a little bit slower, that might, I don't know if we're having a little bit of a lag as well, but we appreciate it.
All right, thank you. We will see what we can do to make that happen.
So like I said, Mr. Ayuso, this is your opportunity, to make a statement to the board if you, choose to.
Hi, how y'all doing? I'm here because I committed a terrible act that resulted in the loss of a life. I would like to say sorry for the damage and pain that I had inflicted in so many people's heart, knowing that he was a great father, a great brother, a great husband and friend. I'm also sorry for the grief and have to relive the terrible night. That's why from the bottom of my heart, I'm asking for forgiveness, because the grief that I have to live with in my heart and to this day is what pushed me to be a better person. I'm not the same immature person from 23 years ago. I have done a lot of growing up. I have matured a lot. My life has taken a 360. I care for others and others' feelings. I have done all of my programs. And being able to finish my programs, I have learned from my programs like Voices. I learned from Voices that it don't matter what you do to the victim or victim's family, they will always live with the pain and fear that it could happen again. I learned that victimizing people is not good, because the victim or victim family have to live with that pain for the rest of their life. I'm not going to lie. At the time, at that time that I did anger management, I didn't learn nothing at that time, because I was still young and immature. So as I got older, I learned how to apply it in my life. I learned how to sit back and think and walk away from situation, knowing that any bad choice was going to take me to a bad place. And that's where the program Bad Choices and Good Intentions come into play. I have to sit back, think, and come up with good decisions so I don't have to make bad choices. I have had multiple jobs. I still have a job. If I'm granted parole, I would like to get help with Community Partners in Action in Waterbury. I hear that they help people like me. I'm currently in school for my GED. Once again, if I'm granted parole, I would love to finish my school at Meriden Adult Education, because I learned that my education will bring me a long way at life. I also would like to be a voice of experience to young kids. That's why I would like to go to community gun violence prevention programs, so young kids don't have to go through what I've been through. That will make me feel good. Now, I would like to say to the Board on Pardons and Parole, thank you. Thank you for giving me this opportunity so I could show and prove to y'all that I do deserve a second chance at life. Once again, thank you. And to Mr. Arba family, once again, I would like to say sorry. Sorry for the pain and damage that I have caused. Saying this, it may not mean nothing to y'all, but to me, it means the world. Thank you in both sides, to the family and to the board, for hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ayuso. We appreciate you putting together that statement. You did a nice job delivering it. We will be asking you some questions. Once we're done with the questions, we'll hear from the state's attorney, your attorney, victim services, and then we will deliberate.
Okay.
Okay? And Ms. Turner will begin with questions this morning.
Morning, sir.
Good morning.
So, Mr. Ayuso, we're here on a very serious matter, in a crime that is difficult to describe. The level of violence, the level of dehumanization. So you were party with 3 other people in committing this murder,
Yep.
and you got the lightest sentence of all of them for time to serve. And you weren't the youngest, but you weren't the oldest, right?
Yep. Yep.
So what I appreciate in this situation, Mr. Ayuso, is that you admitted to the crime and you fully cooperated. You did not take this to trial. And I thought it was curious at sentencing that you didn't apologize. Do you remember that day, standing before the judge?
I kind of do, but I don't, because it was a lot of things going through my mind at that time. So, but if I didn't apologize, I know that I told my lawyer at that time and the police officer when I got arrested that I felt terrible for what I did at that time.
I just wonder if it could have helped the family to have heard it in court from at least one of you. Right? So you've served 23 years of your 30-year sentence so far. So we're looking at whether it's appropriate under this statute for you to go out to 7 years of discretionary parole before you begin 10 years of special parole. That's a lot of time with people in your business that you have to be accountable to. Talk to me about how you think you're going to manage that.
Well, I've definitely been I've definitely been a better person. I learned a lot. From my. I'm trying to look. Give me a second, please. Thank you. Well, because I'm a better person, I'm still learning and being a better person. But I know that I'm going to do good. I have family that have my back and want me to do good. I'm going to spend time with my family. Working is a must. And if I could be a voice like I've experienced, like I said, to young kids, that's what I would do, because I don't want young kids to go what I've been through.
How do you think a parole officer could be helpful to you?
In many ways. In many ways, because I know that I'm gonna have them on top of me, and they're gonna make sure that what I'm doing correctly.
So somebody to check in with that could provide you some guidance?
Exactly, yes.
How else?
And I know I'm gonna be focused, because I got people that are gonna be on top of me, knowing that I'm gonna have people on top of me. I know that I'm gonna do great.
Well, your parole officer, whether you're granted today or you go out to your special parole sentence, is somebody who's supportive of you and wants you to be successful. They have access to programs and services that will help you, but you have to be willing to build a relationship with your parole officer.
I'm willing to build a relationship with anybody. Like,
well, I think you have to be careful with that, because it was your relationship with these co-defendants that led you down this dark path. But let's keep the focus on the parole officer. Tell me how you'll go about building a relationship with your PO.
Listening to him, talking to him, and asking him questions, what I'm doing and what I'm doing good and what I'm not doing good, so I could better myself.
Checking in with your parole officer.
Yes.
This is somebody that when you were starting to worry about how you're doing at your job, or feeling stressed that you're still at your aunt's house and you want more independence. Your parole officer is who you should talk to about anything that's stressing you, that's got you worried, not sleeping at night. This is the person that can help you figure those things out and has your interests first and foremost. Whereas, you turn to friends and they might, manipulate you. They might want to get something out of you. And, they might be in the friendship for themselves. That's very different with your PO. They want you to be successful and they're there to help you do that.
And I'm taking every advantage of the opportunity that I do get.
Okay. And, you might get tired of it. 17 years can be a long stretch of time, but it's all in the mindset that you bring to parole. And they're the person that you should talk through your decision-making before you make it. Like you said, in good intentions, bad choices.
Yeah.
So I appreciated you sharing with us the programs, some of the things that you got out of it. You have accumulated a pretty high number of disciplinary reports during this incarceration. The last one was 6.5 years ago. So that really shows some change. Do you remember when you made the decision that you wanted a better future for yourself?
Yes, I do. I was in the game block. I woke up one morning and I was sitting in my cell and I was looking around and I was asking myself what I'm doing here. Why I'm still stuck in the cell, knowing that there's more freedom in general population. And I noticed that it wasn't for me no more. I noticed that it wasn't my lifestyle. And that's when I walked up to the people that I used to be affiliated with, and I told them that I didn't want that in my life no more. I got jumped. Yes, I got jumped to get out, but it was worth every second of it.
What facility did that happen at?
At Walker's Correctional.
What year? Do you remember?
Yeah, Walker.
What year did you get jumped?
2019.
Before this crime happened, you were the victim of a stabbing out in the community, correct?
Yes.
Okay. Was that also gang related?
Yes.
And,
At that time, yes.
Pardon?
I said at that time, yes.
Okay. And as part of your gang involvement, was that when you were selling drugs?
Yes.
Okay. So you yourself know what it feels like to be stabbed.
Yes. Yes.
So can you share with me why you think you took part in this crime?
I was under the influence at the time. I was under the influence. I was smoking PCP, and I was drinking, and I didn't really put too much thought into it because I was under the influence. So when one of the guys said to rob Mr. Arba, we all agree at that time. So
you agreed to go along with it.
yes.
So there's conspiracy because you all knew what you were going to do when you contacted this cab driver.
Yes.
You were not working a real job at the time, correct?
No, no. No.
And that's part of what makes this extra sad, is that this man was out working a hard working individual at a job, trying to help other people get where they needed to go. And you and your friends decided to rob him. And then was it the case that names were said in front of him and you were afraid they'd find out who did it? And that's why the decision was made to kill him?
Well, that's what that decision was, that one of the guys came up with, and once again, we just went along with it.
Was there ever a point where you said, this is going sideways, I need to get out?
I'm not gonna lie to y'all. No, because like I said, once again, I was under the influence and my mind of thoughts was cloudy at that time.
So your answer is no, there wasn't a
No.
point at which you said, this is going too far, we shouldn't be doing this. You didn't speak up for the victim.
No, at that time I didn't.
Were you party to the stabbings?
If I remember, I did took part of everything that happened. Yes.
Okay, so the kicking and the punching when the victim was already on the ground, the beating him over the head with the backboard of the basketball court, and then taken off in his car.
Yes.
You know his body was not found for 3 days.
And I did find out after when I got arrested.
Just the shockingly cruel act of violence. It's hard to really wrap my mind around. You took good intentions during COVID, right? So that was just in your cell filling out worksheets and such, not in a group setting?
The good, bad, yes. Yes.
Did you ever ask to repeat anger management?
I did ask the counselor at the facility I was at, and they told me that I was like, can I redo the anger management class? And they told me at the time, that yeah, we're gonna put you down, but they never responded back. But I did try to do it again.
Do you think it would be something helpful to you out in the community?
Yes.
I'm worried for you because, you expect to get your SSDI benefits reinstated, right?
Yes.
And you want to work on your GED at adult ed.
Yes.
But I think it would be a bad thing for you to have too much free time on your hands. Because that's an easy way to fall in with people hanging out who may have other things going on that you shouldn't be party to.
Yes. I got a reentry plan where Dr. Hall, she said she's gonna set me up with a couple of programs and a social worker, so I could be able to talk to and daily and all that.
Yeah, we have it and we've read it. So the other concern for me is that at no point did you get assessed by DOC for addiction services? And I really would have liked to have seen you take a tier 2 or even a tier 4 program. Did anybody ever talk to you about that?
No, because when I asked the counselor if there was any other programs for me to do, they told me that I already had completed all my OAP programs.
Yes, you did, sir, and that is to your credit. But the problem is you have a drug and alcohol score of 4. You admit to daily use of marijuana, of alcohol. You've had a history with PCP, marijuana, cocaine, and heroin. So these are very concerning substances. And, you know, to ensure that you were prepared as much as possible to be out in the community and be successful, a tier program really would have been appropriate. So I don't fault you because it wasn't on your OAP. I just don't understand the oversight. Because as you have admitted today and throughout the documents that were available to us, you know, your substance abuse played a role in your going along with this heinous crime. Do you think you have a problem with substances, sir?
I've been 23 years without consuming anything, so I
So
don't.
none of your contraband tickets involved Pruno or marijuana?
I got one ticket was for Pruno. One ticket was for Pruno, but it was back in 2015 or 2000, probably a little bit earlier than that. But other than that, I haven't never did drugs while incarcerated.
So why did you choose Pruno back in 2015?
No, because it was something that I learned, that told me how to do it, and I was like, I know how to do it, so I did it because I knew how to do it. But it wasn't something that I was like, oh, I want to get drunk. Because I learned how to do it, and I wanted to.
So if somebody taught you how to make Pruno in prison and you decided to make a batch.
Yes.
Why did you decide to make a batch?
To see if I did it right at that time, to see if I did it right. That's why.
And you obviously did because you got the ticket for it. Did you sell the Pruno to the other inmates?
No. No.
So that's decision-making that concerns me. Somebody teaches you how to do something that you know is in violation of the rules. First off, you shouldn't have even paid attention to the person who wanted to show you how to make Pruno. And then it's like a new skill, so you wanted to try it out. You know, and let's say you go out into the community and somebody wants to show you a gun they picked up and, you know, wants to practice firing it with you and you enjoy it. And then you decide, I'm going to get a gun for me. You know what I mean? It's like, I'm expecting you as a 41-year-old man to make decisions, you know, that are driven by your moral compass and not be easily influenced by the others around you. So, and just as an aside, you are a convicted felon. You are not prohibited under state and federal law from possessing firearms and ammunition and as for the rest of your life. You do understand that, right?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And just since I brought it up, I wanted to be abundantly clear that that is not you. So talk to me about what's the job that you have now, and is this the officer clothing job?
Yeah. Yes.
Okay. And you've also worked in the clothing factory, right?
Yes.
So you have some level of responsibility to be working on officer uniforms. So that speaks very highly of you.
Thank
and
you.
I know that you weren't working out in the community, but hopefully you'll choose with your SSDI benefits to work part-time.
Yes,
If you hold down a job, it occupies your day, it occupies your mind, it brings in a little bit of income, so you don't then think of things like selling drugs or making pruno to, supplement your living expenses. So talk to me about what makes you, how you approach your jobs that would make you a good hire out in the community for an employer to.
yeah, I'm willing to work. I'm willing to face any challenge that come my way when it comes to working. You know, like I tell my family, like when I go out, I wanna be able to work, to like you said, maintain busy, my mind occupied, stay focused, and that's my way of,
So, and you're willing to stay until the job's done.
Yes,
Do you work well with others?
I work great with others.
Do you ever teach others in the clothing field how to do their job?
Constantly.
Okay, all right. Okay, so that's a strength. You're a teacher, right? You have that responsibility to mentor others on the job site. Okay. Do you show up on time?
When because I make a phone call every morning. So once I'm done with the phone call, I go to work. So most of the time I'm always at time. Yes.
Most of the time you're always on time. Okay. So who is it you're calling every morning?
Well, I got my girlfriend that I talk to every day.
Where did you meet her?
I met her through a pen pal service.
She live here in Connecticut?
No, she live in North Carolina.
You're going to have to go through channels and get permission if you want to travel or make arrangements to see her.
Yes.
So you want to sponsor to your aunt's home in Meriden?
Yes.
Okay. Who else is in your support system, sir?
My brother, my mom, my other aunt in Florida. Basically everybody in my family, my cousins, they're willing to help me.
You got nieces and nephews?
Yes, I do.
They're gonna get to know you, right?
Yes. Yes.
So you need to be a good role model.
Definitely.
I like that, you were working on your GED through Stratford Career Institute.
Yes.
And that helped you because you could keep that effort going, but still hold a job.
Yes.
Okay. And it's probably not as much support as you need to get your GED. So adult ed out in the community is a really good choice, sir.
And that's what I was told.
Mm-hmm. And I hope you'll make that commitment to yourself, especially because you have nieces and nephews, and they need to see that you value an education so that they will value their own education, right? And I'm positive it's something you can achieve. Just a lot of hard work.
Yes.
All right, I'm gonna pass the hearing back to the chair, but I appreciate you talking with me.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So, Mr. Ayuso, I just have a few follow-up questions for you. Ms. Turner asked you a little bit about your gang affiliation, right? And you told her that you, what's the phrase you used, had a beat down to get out of it, but you also took 4 phases of the SRG program. Can you talk about what you've learned from that program that's going to help you in the community to avoid those types of relationships?
Well, they used to show us movies in the program, and I used to watch the movies, and I seen how a lot of gang members. I seen a guy that he was a blood, and the other guy that was Crip, and they used to had this ugly beef between them, and then they both changed their life, and they became best of friends, and they changed their lives. They were working, and I was looking at that, and I was like, that's me right there. That's that I could make a change.
Okay, so you can make it, you can make a change. I hear that, but probably more what we want to hear about is, yes, that you can make a change to not get involved, but how do you expect to avoid any kind of gang activity when you're back in the community? Because that seemed to be your life before prison and for a good portion while you were incarcerated. So what are you going to do? What's your plan to avoid that in the community?
Stay away from all type of negative people. Stay away from all negative people. Stay away from anybody that related to gangs. Like, that's a lifestyle that I do not want to be part of anymore.
Okay.
Go ahead. I committed to myself to not get involved in stupid things. Part of my words, because I realized this. I heard a lot of people in my family, like my mom, that she had to live through that.
We often see how people get brought into those gang affiliations, those gang families, right? Because they're looking for somebody to be with. So when you say you're going to stay away from negative people, how will you identify negative people? What does that look like to you?
Well, people that talk negative, people that they're constantly talking about negative things, I'm just walk away. Like now, like I be by myself. I be in my cell. I be reading books. I study. I go doing my school, listening to music. Like, there's so many negative things going around me that it's easy for me to stay away from it in here. So I know that in the outside world, it's not gonna be no different for me to stay away from negative people.
Okay, I don't disagree with that at all. I would also say, negative people are those people who are still using drugs, still not working, still hanging out with, on the corners, not really doing much with their lives, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Ms. Turner talked to you a little bit, and I think we all share the concern that you do have a high drug score, and you admitted today, and we've read all along, that you were using PCP, you were using alcohol, especially the night of the crime. I notice on your reentry plan they have CCAR. Do you know anything about CCAR?
No.
Okay, it's a recovery community. It's not really treatment. It's more of a sober network of people that support one another. And I made note of that because the social worker, when she put together some resources for you, for your reentry plan, CCAR is on that, right? So I think we give you a lot of credit for being sober all these years. I know that you admitted to being involved with some Pruno, but you will need help with that in the community. And it'll be up to you to start saying, this is what I need. Do you feel like you'll be able to do that?
Yes, like I said before, I'm willing to take any help any help that could help me, I'm willing to be part of.
Okay, so you have this reentry plan that was put together for you, and I'm sure your attorney have talked to you and you've discussed different programs in the community. What do you think you'll need help with in the community?
One of the things that I'm gonna need help with is constantly being able to talk to somebody on a daily basis. I do it in here now. Mental health call me once a month to talk to me, to make sure that that mentally I'm good, that I'm still focused, and they've been helping me a lot. So one of the things that will help me out there in the community is be able to talk to somebody on a daily basis.
That's excellent. Yeah, I think we would agree with that, you know, for such a young person, to be incarcerated for so many years for a crime that's, you know, as violent as this, you will need someone to help you walk through things in the community, help you get situated. Your aunt seems like a longtime support of yours, so I'm sure she'll be helpful. So mental health treatment, that's good to hear. And you already identified Community Partners in Action, which is another very good program. I do not have any other questions. Let me see if Mr. Rodriguez has any follow-up questions.
Colleagues have asked quite a few questions of you, Mr. Ayuso, already. I don't really have a whole lot of questions. I do share the concern around your substance abuse issue. And I don't really see a real solid plan around being able to take care of that on the outside, and it does concern me to some degree. I want to be honest with you. But I don't really have a whole lot of questions. I think my client's covered a lot of area with you already.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I think it's pretty clear throughout all the documents too, Mr. Ayuso, that, you know, you immediately admitted your involvement, and you have, I read that one of the things you said was that you would use prison to atone, to make up for all the harm you caused the family. So I hope that you'll keep that in mind when you are in the community at whatever point.
Most definitely, yes.
Okay. So now we are going to turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Hamlet-Williams?
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair. Good morning, everyone. I do have the victim family who would like to address you today. I don't see them on the screen. If you are, can you please unmute and let me know that you are present?
Hi, Lisa. It's Sasha, and I'm here.
Okay. Oh, okay. Now I see you. Great. And you will be reading a statement for the family, correct?
Yes.
Okay. You may begin.
Okay, thank you very much. My name is Sasha Alba, and I'm the eldest daughter of Ramon Alba. Today, 23 years after his life was tragically taken, I stand before you not only as his voice, but also as a voice for our family and the enduring love and memories we carry in his absence. We are here to honor his legacy and to express our unequivocal opposition to any modification of the defendant's sentence. My father was so generous, with kind eyes and a radiant smile that lit up every room he entered. He was the kind of person who found joy in the simplest things and treated everyone with kindness. To my sister and I, he was the epitome of what a father should be, loving, selfless, and strong. He gave us the kind of love that sustains us even today. We are all who we are today because of him and the strength he imparted to us, even in the short time we had with him. While my father's memory continues to inspire love, generosity, and strength in all of us, I ask that you also consider the life of the individuals who have taken my father's life, specifically the way they've lived their lives since committing this heinous crime. Has their time on earth so deeply enriched the lives of others? As his younger brother, my Uncle Jaime, has shared, the loss of his brother shattered his own sense of stability. Ramon wasn't just his brother, but his motivator, his example, and his support. My father's absence left a void that will never be filled. My uncle has expressed how the pain of losing his brother resurfaces with each parole hearing. For him, for my grandmother, for my aunts and other uncles, and for all of us, there's no closure, only the small comfort of knowing that justice was served when those responsible were held accountable. The crime was not only brutal but inhumane, leaving scars that remain with us every day. My father's life was taken without a second thought. My sister and I robbed of our father, my grandmother of her son, my aunts and uncles of their brother. We've never been granted a second chance, let alone a goodbye. Our family's roots have grown significantly in the last 23 years, with new family members who have never had the chance to meet my father, and a deep-seated fear that the stability we fought to create could be jeopardized. Every hearing forces our family to relive the unimaginable pain of losing my father. The days surrounding these hearings are filled with anxiety, grief, and the harrowing memories of the initial loss. It is not just a reopening of old wounds, but a compounding of our trauma, as we must grapple with the possibility of a decision that could place us in fear of our safety and well-being. In the 23 years since my father was taken from us, this individual has had an opportunity to reflect, change, and make amends. Yet in all that time, we've seen no evidence that their life has been anything other than a continuous existence of self-interest made evident through all of these hearings. The court's original decision to impose a 30-year sentence considered all relevant factors. This was a deliberate and just outcome, balancing the nature of the crime with the broader circumstances. Revisiting this now disregards the care and intention behind the initial sentence and threatens to undermine the justice our family has fought so hard to accept. In the years leading us to today, we have seen no growth, no redemption, no signs that this person has become someone who deserves re-entry to society. There's no indication that they have the ability or the willingness to make the world a better place or to enrich the lives of others in any way. My family and I strongly oppose any early release. We urge you to honor the original sentence, a sentence that acknowledged both the crime and the circumstances surrounding it. Granting a pardon or early release would not only diminish the justice we have clung to for the past 23 years, but add insult to my father's memory and the love we carry in our hearts. Please consider the profound impact this has on the victims left behind, not just in the past, but every day that we move forward without him. Thank you very much for your time this morning and hearing our plea to uphold the sentence. We continue to love, live, and fight in honor of my father, Ramon Alba.
Thank you so much for your statement. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
Thank you. At this time, each of the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with State's Attorney Mahoney. Attorney Mahoney, if you have any comments or statements you wish to make, you may do so now.
Thank you very much, and thank you for hearing me today. This case was originally prosecuted by my predecessor, and initially the thought was this was going to be a capital felony case. Because of the early pleas by Mr. Ayuso and one of the other defendants, Mr. Ayuso received a significant benefit from the state, which was to reduce its offer to 45 years with the right to argue and to let the court know that he had cooperated. The victim's wife, who I believe is on this call and whom I have met in person, was disappointed that the state, that the sentence came out to be 30 years and 10 years of special parole. The state opposes a reduction today because I believe that at the time of the sentence that the judge did take into account Mr. Ayuso's relative youth at that time. Also, his intellectual capabilities, I think, played a significant role in the sentence that the court did give him. And also he received a significant benefit by virtue of cooperating. The ability to reward someone for cooperating is undermined when the sentence is further reduced. The references that you've heard from the victim's family about ongoing hearings is because I had agreed to a sentence modification hearing for Mr. Ayuso to make his pitch at an earlier time. At that, when I made that decision, I hadn't had an opportunity to meet with them first because this wasn't one of my cases. That was an error on my part. I did meet with them, and they were very upset that I had agreed to the hearing. They were very frightened about the 4 men who killed their father and their brother. I met with the brothers as well. The facts of the case, as evidenced in the plea, were that Mr. Ayuso tied Mr. Alba's hands behind his back, pulled his pants down, and stabbed him in the back. Mr. Alba left behind a remarkable family. His wife was able to keep her girls together and worked, and they have overcome this incredible tragedy and trauma to become the amazing, strong young women, one of whom you've heard from today. The plea was for the 45 years of right to argue for less, and I believe his lawyer did a very good job of explaining Mr. Ayuso's limited abilities and his cooperation and his relative youth at the time. That was all argued, as far as I can recall, from the sentencing. In order for the state and the court to reward some people for coming forward, there has to be a benefit to them. And further reducing his sentence, the state believes, would be inappropriate in this instance, where although these rulings didn't exist from the United States Supreme Court and this body wasn't put in place, these factors were taken into account. I do agree with Jocelyn Hall that if he is let out earlier, there has to be a very strong structure around Mr. Ayuso. I will say, to his credit, at the time that we had the sentence modification hearing, we were also virtual, and I think Mr. Ayuso's brother joined him on that day. And though they were disappointed with the fact that, I think they were very excited with the thought that he was going to be getting out. And I think they were disappointed at the result, but I did not see from Mr. Ayuso what I often see in court, which is a lot of head nodding and frustration and banging. I didn't see any of those types of behavior from him or his brother. I think they were in genuine shock, because as much as you can think about a victim's family when you're sitting in jail, it's far different than hearing them and seeing them and having that affect you. And I do believe that impacted him. Mr. Ayuso is not the kind of person who's going to come out with a Wesleyan or Yale degree. He's still struggling, apparently, to get his GED. But that also concerns the state with regard to what will he fill his time with. And there are some, it may be that he wasn't sent back through the anger control program because of the intellectual capabilities he has, and maybe he couldn't have done that homework. It's not his fault that that program doesn't work to his abilities, but it is a concern, because what will he do with that empty time? Someone will have to help him get his disabilities. He does apparently have other family members who are involved, but it's almost a full-time job to advocate for someone. So for all those reasons, the state would ask that this panel not further reduce the sentence, but if you do, to leave in place the special parole portion so that there can be these additional controls that are put in place. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Mahoney. At this time, Attorney Morrow, if you have any comments or remarks you'd like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, and thank you to the board for allowing me to speak as well. I think, as I've said in my memorandum, and I certainly want to start by saying here, nothing about this hearing, nothing about the prior sentence modification, which I did represent Geovanni in, is in any way meant to downplay the seriousness of the act that Geovanni was involved in. He has always recognized that this was a senseless act, heartbreaking, and to the extent I didn't represent him at the sentencing, but I know he, even beyond telling his lawyers and the police officers, told the pre-sentence interviewer how sad and sorry he was for his involvement in this. And he does appreciate how difficult these hearings are for the victim's family. He recognizes their pain. I think especially some of the programs that he's taken have given him a deeper understanding of what they've gone through, and really speaks to his growth and maturity, his continued recognition of how he has grown and matured in the past 23 years, certainly transforming from the person that he was at 18 years old who committed this act. Of course, as the board knows, this hearing is designed because of our recognition, and the board's recognition, the law's recognition, that individuals under a certain age, certainly Geovanni at 18 years old at the time of his crime, have different developmental limitations. And certainly I'm not going to kind of go on about the board's and our recognition of juvenile brain science, but I think what's particularly with Geovanni is it's not just our continued understanding of juvenile brain science, right? That's the whole point of this hearing today. But the Supreme Court cases like Atkins, which is not accounted for in this hearing, deal with the question of what is a proportional sentence for somebody with an intellectual disability. And although I recognize the state's point that these were factors that were known to the judge, were taken into account by the judge at the time of his sentencing, I do submit that both of these factors, what an appropriate sentence for someone with an intellectual disability and somebody with Geovanni's young age at the time, while they maybe were taken into consideration at the time of his hearing, these were not factors we fully understood. We understood the impact of both of these limitations in a way that we simply didn't understand at the time of his sentencing. And his judge spoke of it at a sentencing, that Geovanni, and this is a direct quote from the judge, had the most functional limitations and the least maturity of any of the participants. And so the question before the board is the first question of whether this sentence has satisfied the purpose of a criminal sentence. And Geovanni has spent 23 years in prison. It has certainly 23 years has held him accountable. It has forced him to spend all of his 20s and all of his 30s incarcerated. 23 years is a long time. It reflects the seriousness of offense. It has kept the public safe by way of allowing him this opportunity to grow and mature with direct supervision. But I submit that this period of time, with all of the growth and maturity and programming Geovanni has done, especially in the recent decade, this criminal sentence has now been satisfied. And so then the big question for the board is an analysis of whether granting parole is more beneficial to both Geovanni and the community than continued incarceration. And I can recognize the board and the state's concerns with Geovanni's limitations and his association, his potential to be swayed by others who may want him to engage in negative behavior. But I think what is most remarkable about Geovanni is that on his own, he decided to leave the most negative association in his life and perhaps anyone's life, and that was the gang affiliation. And it wasn't simply a matter of walking away and choosing different friends. He was physically beat out of association. He voluntarily did that on his own. And to his great credit, he has remained. There is certainly, the board can understand, a lot of potential for negative associations in any facility. And while that happened at a facility he was prior to coming here at Osborn, Geovanni has continued here at Osborn with a new group of individuals, new groups, people that he wasn't incarcerated with when he decided to leave the gang, and he has still continued with positive associations. The board has received letters from individuals who he's incarcerated with here who talk about his desire, his dedication, and his commitment to only associating with positive people that he's going to work with, people that talk about doing positive things when they leave the facility. And Geovanni is very committed to making sure that anybody who has what he says, the negative, people who are talking about doing bad things incarcerated, he simply doesn't want to have association with those people. And the fact that he has done that consistently should give the board a lot of hope and a lot of assurance that he will continue those types of associations if he's released into the community. I think it's significant that he hasn't gotten a single ticket in a significant period of time. His work reports show somebody who is consistently stepping up, positive, aimed at helping others, particularly during the COVID pandemic. Geovanni was the person who put his own life, his own health at risk to help others when staff and other individuals at the facility were short. He's been a great participant in group discussions when he takes programming, which showcases and shows an understanding not only of the seriousness of his actions, but a willingness to try to help others engage who are in the group. He learned a lot about how much his offense impacted the family of his victim. He cares deeply about the pain he has put them through. He understands that no words he can say, unfortunately, can take away their pain. And he appreciates their fear, although he hopes that eventually he can show through his rehabilitation and through his dedication that he is not somebody that others should be fearful of. He is somebody who wants to live his life in a way that only helps others and does not cause them pain. He's demonstrated very clear remorse. And as it's been mentioned throughout this hearing, he did take responsibility very early on and in his cooperation prevented, as the state's attorney at the time of his sentencing said, would have been likely a number of trials. And in a way, he wanted to do this because he knew he wanted to make that decision because he knew that would help them in a way, not having them have to go through multiple trials. And he hoped that would ease their pain at the time. Parole would be undoubtedly beneficial to both Geovanni, but also the larger community. The community would benefit, I think, greatly from hearing Geovanni's story, from hearing him discuss why he decided to leave the gang life behind, connect with different individuals, young individuals in his community who are in that lifestyle, to hear that it just gives you decades of negative consequences, and it's not a path to go down. I think we all contribute to society in different ways, and as the board knows, Geovanni does have limitations, but that doesn't take away his ability to love his family and be loved by his family in the community, be a helping neighbor, which I no doubt know he would be a hard worker at a job that he can secure, and to be a positive person in the community, despite his limitations. Parole would also undoubtedly benefit Geovanni. He has worked really hard through the Stratford Career Institute to try to gain his GED, but the unfortunate reality of it is they don't have the proper resources, special education resources to allow him to complete his GED, and that's something that the Meriden adult education would be able to provide. Parole would also provide the additional hands-on supervision that he may not get with the special parole period of time. And so it would allow him to have much more intensive supervision throughout his period in the community, which I know he undoubtedly will take advantage of. I discussed with him in the board's recommendation for, there's a recommendation for an IOP, and he said that's a great idea. There aren't, in all of our discussions about, I know the board had a question about whether he would get antsy or get tired with continued supervision, and I actually quite think it's the opposite, that Geovanni would welcome and will welcome the help that the board and his supervising officers will provide to him. Very much welcome their support, and he will be supported in the community by his family, by his lawyer, and by community partners in action and other resources that will allow him to continue on this path of growth. I think his growth and his understanding and his gained maturity should give the board confidence that he does provide a very low risk of recidivism, and that he is appropriate to be granted parole, and that granting parole will be beneficial to him, but also to the community. Unless the board has specific questions, I'm happy to answer those, but we appreciate your time.
Thank you, Attorney Monroe. At this time, this ends the question portion of our hearing. So we will deliberate unless there's anything anyone else has to add. No? Okay. So we will deliberate now and then give you our answer in just a few moments. Ms. Turner?
This is a challenging case on many levels. The nature of the crime, the continued suffering of the family, the senselessness of it all, the loss of, basically 2 decades of Mr. Ayuso's life as he serves the punishment for the choices that he made to participate was interesting to hear more about the sentence modification efforts that took place just 2 years ago. They were looking to take 5 years off his sentence. So we're looking at somebody who the court in its wisdom gave 10 years of special parole. So they, so many of these cases, it's flat sentences. And so that is part of our motivation and concern about the person coming back after a prolonged period of incarceration to a very different world and having the supports for a successful transition. So, that's guaranteed for Mr. Ayuso. While I do have concerns about the lack of a tier program and believe that to be a failure on the part of DOC, he, as we know, substances are available there in the facility, and he has chosen not to avail himself, aside from the one crazy story about Pruno many years ago. He has, as his attorney, very carefully, sensitively shared the limitations cognitively that Mr. Ayuso has and will go through life with. And that, coupled with the brain science information that brought these kinds of hearings about, for juveniles, but then we have the compounding factor of his cognitive limitations and, obviously the gang affiliation combining for this tragic outcome. I applaud Mr. Ayuso's decision to disaffiliate himself from the gang on his own, to realize that it wasn't getting him anywhere, and to want something different for himself and his life. I did question him about how he would spend his time, and with concern for the vulnerability of unoccupied time and thought. And I think we covered that pretty well. I think with the mental health and anger management, as well as employment and an engagement with services through both CCAR and the Community Partners in Action, will put him on, I think, a really solid path. So with all due respect to the pain of the victims and the nature of, these motions that they endure across 4 different co-defendants, I am going to vote to grant Mr. Ayuso early release to discretionary parole today.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. I concur with everything that you've mentioned in terms of what we've heard today and with Mr. Ayuso's efforts at rehabilitation. In my view, in reading everything that was provided to us and in the file, it does appear that Mr. Ayuso has made concerted efforts to better himself. I did also note that his remorse and his admission of shame and regret for having been involved in this case right from the time he was being interviewed by the police department, and his immediate willingness to help and cooperate. I did also read the state's attorney, and she struggled at sentencing as well for a lot of reasons. And one of them is because of the victims and the harm that was caused to them. And certainly listening to his daughter today speak for the family and all of that, it's clear that this has been a long 23 years for them.
The suffering continues.
Absolutely. And today I'm sure just compounds it. I did also get a sense that Mr. Ayuso is, state's attorney's description of his demeanor at the sentencing modification in which he was denied, but yet, he did not, as she said,
Respectful.
he was respectful. He didn't shake his head. He accepted what the sentence was, and it seems as though he's continued to do this. I thought that the reentry plan was realistic. I thought that the reentry plan covered a lot of what we all believe, that Mr. Ayuso needs to be successful in the community. Certainly, I was happy to hear that he recognizes the need to continue his mental health services. CCAR and Community Partisan Actions are very strong programs in the community, as we know, that will also help shepherd him through some of the early obstacles that he's going to have just in terms of acclimating back in the community. He does have family support. We know he wants to live with his aunt, and she's agreed to that. And then we did hear today that his brother was with him at the sentencing modification. So for all the reasons that Ms. Turner noted and the small additions that I also added, I would also be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. I do think that Mr. Ayala will benefit from services in the community that are just not attainable through the Department of Corrections at this point. Mr. Rodriguez?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I also want to acknowledge the tremendous loss and very violent offense that they're going to have to live with forever. And very painful, I'm sure very painful for them. But I also found Mr. Ayuso, his work history was excellent. He's got great letters from COs in the facility. He worked during the COVID time, which was a very difficult time for folks, and exposed himself to a lot of danger himself. The maturity that I kind of heard today from him as well. The fact that he apologized sounded very remorseful today. I also agree with a lot of my colleagues have said as well, and I am also going to be supporting his discretionary parole today, along with the special purpose.
Okay.
I just want to add to what Mr. Rodriguez said. If it isn't just the expression of remorse today, I think the turnabout that he's made in his life while serving his sentence to want better for himself, to hope for a future outside of prison, is also an expression of remorse. I don't think he's just turning it on for us today because he wants release. If that was the case, I don't think we'd see 6.5 years without a DR. And, advancing through the employment opportunities there in the facility while still maintaining his own efforts to get his GED.
Right.
So,
GED.
but he's still on that path. So, I would say that demonstrated remorse.
Agreed. And I do think, as I said, his early cooperation and admission, his involvement, and Ms. Turner, you asked him some hard questions, and he needed to dig deep to answer those. So we have to set special parole conditions and special parole conditions. So no alcohol.
Yes.
He's approved to live with his aunt, so we really don't need a halfway house. But maybe we'll add it just in case. Sometimes in these situations, it is helpful. Mental health evaluation and treatment, and co-defendants, which doesn't seem like they're too difficult, and no contact with the victim's family. Anything else?
I'd like to see him do behavior management for anger management.
Okay.
Another way he's going to fill his days, and we're looking at 17 years. He can knock that out in no time.
Okay. So in the matter of Geovanni Ayuso, 293769. I make a motion to grant parole on or after today, December 16th, 2024, with the following stipulations. No alcohol, halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for anger management, no contact with the co-defendants, Ramon Rodriguez, Ariel Delgado, and Efraino Ayala, and no contact with the victim's family, S AA and AA. Okay. And did I miss any?
I have five.
You have 5? JA?
I have AA, JA, another AA,
Right.
SA, and the second J.
And a second JA. Okay. So JA, JA, SA, AA, and AA. 5 victims for the family. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor?
Aye.
Congratulations, Mr. Ayuso.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're
Appreciate
good
that.
out there.
Thank you. Thank you.
You're welcome. Take advantage of everything that comes your way.
I definitely will. Thank you.
I'm still on the video.
We have another case after you.
Yeah.
Thank you all.
Did you wanna? Yeah, you have. I'll be right back.
Our attorney.
Thank you, Officer Blake. Thank you.
Are you guys gonna wait till 10:30 or is it okay to bring the other parties in?
We're going to wait till 10:30.
Okay, I got you.
All right.
They're finishing a legal visit.
Okay. You know,
Okay.
we're on the docket to start at 10:30, so that's when we have to start.
Okay, I got you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
I'm gonna put that. You're not allowed. Oh. Can you take your bag with you? Yeah. Yeah. We're gonna put it in here. Okay. And in this room here. Yeah, you can sit there, Steve, where you are.
Thank you.
Well, morning, my name is Paroles from Windham. Today is Monday, December 16th, 2024. This is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Court Part of the Paroles. For the record, Mr. Steed, the state of Connecticut passed and made effective as of October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23-169. An act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 in criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means that you were under the age of 21 and that the board shall give great weight to the diminished culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity that you displayed while we're reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this morning by stating their names on the record, certified they reviewed all statutorily required documents in preparation of this hearing.
Good morning, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good morning, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also in attendance this morning, we have Attorney Jessica Walker. Attorney Walker, if you can please state your name, your juris number, and your business address for the record.
Sure. Jessica Walker, 8 West Main Street, Niantic, Connecticut, and my juris number is 426124.
Thank you very much. Also present for today's hearing, we have State's Attorney Ann Mahoney. Attorney Mahoney, if you can also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Ann Mahoney, my A number is 306688, my S number is 406660. My address is the State's Attorney's Office, 120 School Street, Danielson, Connecticut, 06239.
Thank you. Also present today, we have Officer of Victim Services, Ms. Hamlet Williams. Mr. Steed, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
Yes, my name is David Steed, inmate number 184149.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with the Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Steed, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing, and do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
I am ready to proceed.
Thank you. As previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of a parole application for David Steed, inmate number 184149. Mr. Steed is serving a sentence of 65 years flat with no probation for murder, larceny in the 2nd degree, and larceny in the 3rd degree. There is victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which include Threshold, Lifers Group, Alternatives to Violence, both basic and advanced, Voices, Tier 2, Good Intentions, Bad Choices. He also previously participated in the Young Adult Offenders Program. He reportedly completed CCAR's Recovery Coach Academy and recently obtained his CNA certification. DOC records indicate that he is currently working as a CNA. Utilizing the statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls in the moderate range risk for recidivism. Mr. Steed, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you very much. Good morning, board. My name is David Steed. I'm 54 years old, and I've been incarcerated for 35 years. To the members of the Board of Partisan Parole, I'd like to thank you for this hearing, for allowing me this opportunity to apologize for the crimes I committed, as well as to demonstrate that I'm a much more evolved human being than I was when I committed my crimes. To Mr. Mayo's family, if I may, I'd like to apologize to each one of them. I'm truly sorry for taking Mr. Mayo away from them, from his friends, his community, and depriving all of them of all that he was and could have been. I will always regret the grief, the pain, the heartbreak, sadness, and trauma I have caused all of them. While I cannot comprehend the magnitude of the trauma they experienced, I know that it is immeasurable, and I sincerely pray that God continues to strengthen them. I would also like to apologize to Mr. Mayo's family, the court, prosecutor, my parents, and the entire community for not being compassionate and mature enough to admit my wrong and accept responsibility at the time. I apologize for forcing you all to endure a lengthy trial and a shameful performance on my behalf, which continues to weigh heavy on my heart to this day. I think about the day I committed my crimes and wish so badly that I made better choices. At the time, I was 18 years old, and for reasons I didn't fully understand at the time, I was confused, scared, and didn't know
what direction I was going. My warped thought process led me to make one terrible decision after another. And on July 2nd, 1989, I made the worst. On July 1st, 1989, I took a bus from where I lived in Springfield to Worcester, Mass, with one thing on my mind, which was to make some money. I knew about a particular street where older men picked up younger boys like I was. After walking up this street, I was picked up by Mr. Mayo. I don't remember the details of the conversation, but I assume we exchanged names, and I agreed to have oral sex and fool around with him for money. I thought it would happen in his car, but he asked if I minded going to his home. I did mind, but I was already in the car, so I said okay. After we arrived at his home, he asked me if I wanted a beer, which I accepted. We then undressed, started to kiss, and had oral sex in his living room. Then at some point, I followed him upstairs to his bedroom, where we sat on his bed and continued fooling around. It soon became clear that he wanted me to have anal sex with him. I started to feel different, uncomfortable, and wanted to leave. I didn't want to have sex anymore. I asked Mr. Mayo if I could use the bathroom, and he said yes. So I went downstairs to the bathroom while wondering how I was going to get away. I was scared. I felt trapped. Whether reasonable or not, I thought he would not let me leave. As I passed his kitchen, I grabbed a kitchen knife and brought it back upstairs with me. I do not remember what happened next. I do remember afterwards being on top of him and the knife was in his neck. I then panicked and took off. I took his car keys and headed for the door. But once I sat inside his car, another thought came: to go back in and look for money. So I did. I ended up ransacking his home and stole a lot of his property items. It never was my plan to hurt him. I just wanted to make some money. I wish I had a better explanation for you as to what happened, but I do not remember everything about that night. I was arrested within a few days and have been in prison ever since. Every day, I wake up ashamed and sorry for betraying Mr. Mayo's trust and depriving him of the life he so richly deserved. A life of experiences with his family, his friends, his community, and beyond. Sitting in my cell, I was so angry at myself for those horrible decisions, for being so evil, and for throwing my life away. I knew I deserved to be in prison. I was nothing and wouldn't ever amount to anything good. But deep down, I didn't want to be that, especially after reading an enlightening story while I was in Cheshire, CI. In this article, 2 men broke into a man's home to steal. When the homeowner came upon them, they beat him so badly that he had to be hospitalized. A few days later, the man died from his injuries sustained from the assault. Immediately, a feeling of sickness rushed through me. And I was filled with disgust and anger toward those two men for what they had done. I didn't understand. I wondered who could do such a cold thing. I couldn't believe they did that. It didn't make sense. That's when I stood up in my cell, walked over to the mirror, looked at myself, and answered, you did that. Then all that I had felt toward those two men was turned inward. And I became overwhelmed with tremendous guilt and shame over what I did to Mr. Mayo. I thought about his previous life. I imagined the great anguish his family would be in and their confusion about what. And I thought about what his family was feeling about me, and I couldn't blame them, for I had hurt them irreparably. I wanted so badly to write to them and try to express how sorry I was and am, how my heart and soul will never stop hurting for Mr. Mayo and his family, and that I would spend the rest of my life improving myself to make sure that I never harmed anyone ever again. But I wasn't sure if writing was appropriate, and I definitely didn't want to hurt them any further. I asked God to help me change and made a promise to everyone I hurt that I would be better. I participated in as many different types of religious services as possible. They made me feel at home and comfortable. Some guys would ask me if I was confused about religion, but I wasn't confused. I was seeking the fellowship of believers, and the different services were saying the same thing in different ways. Mostly, however, I studied Islam with a group of good men. In truth, it gave me a place to belong. The lessons helped me increase my self-esteem, and I started to believe a little in myself. My faith in God also grew to trust that He is in control. Through monthly fasting and daily prayers, I started to strengthen my discipline and learn respect for authority. However, my behavior didn't change overnight. In my first 11 years of incarceration, I earned innumerable disciplinary reports for various violations. All the while, I continued to take programs which challenged me to grow up, work in trusted positions that allowed me to work alongside staff members and learn from my mistakes. You see, I kept telling myself that self-improvement is indeed the basis for community development. And I promised everyone I hurt that I would never stop trying or giving back. For many years, I lived with confusion as to the underlying causes of my dreadful actions that night. Over time, much reflection and education, I learned in programs seeking safety and voices that my childhood trauma may have caused me PTSD. But I was afraid to say it out loud because I feared someone might think I was making an excuse for my behavior. There is no justification for my actions which led to my incarceration. Hurt people is not an excuse. For we have all experienced some hurt, but it doesn't give any of us the right to harm another. I feel one of my biggest mistakes was not telling someone about the abuse I endured and how much I was hurting. The anger that grew inside me, coupled with the loneliness I feel, led me to make very negative choices. And this is why being in the service of others is so important to me now. I want to help others learn to articulate their feelings and pain in constructive ways, so they won't ever hurt themselves or anyone else in the process of trying to cope on their own. This is why I became a true mentor, a CCAR recovery coach, hospice volunteer, and a certified nurse's assistant to help others and myself. It became clear to me what my path to recovery must be once I realized I was suffering from PTSD. I knew that I must seek professional counseling, share my painful truths with trusting friends, as well as adopt coping strategies and stress management techniques. I sought counseling through the mental health at Osborn CI, as well as with a CCAR recovery coach that I met with weekly. These private sessions enabled me to simply articulate my shame and pain without feeling judged. I am now better able to be vulnerable, though it is challenging within the Department of Correction atmosphere. I have also learned the therapeutic value in retelling my history in group settings. The pain and shame of my sexual abuse is lessened the more I share it with others. The first time I shared my trauma in a group setting was in the hospice program at Osborn earlier this year. We had a writing assignment about unfinished business. I chose to write about the unfinished business that I had with one of my abusers. And then I read it out loud to the group. The apprehension I felt going into that project was immediately alleviated by the positive support I got from my classmates, which gave me tremendous sense of relief. In addition to the recent counseling I've received and participation in these amazing programs from DOC, even before I disclosed my trauma to anyone, I also sought healing by practicing daily prayer, exercise, journaling, yoga, taking other programs, working, and helping others. While I have taken various programs which have helped in my development, Voices has helped me to step into the shoes of the victims and their families, not just of my crime, but of all crime. I imagine the range of emotions and confusion I would experience if my loved one was suddenly killed, and how my family would be changed forever. Tier 2 helped me think more critically about the many challenges I will face upon my release, setting realistic goals, and reinforced the idea that I must continue to work hard while keeping a positive attitude. That what I do here that keeps me humble and focused, I must continue to practice in society. One of the great lessons I've learned in all my interactions with people is that even though we have different experiences, we still have more in common than not. From 2004 to 2023, I was a proud member of the Cheshire Lifers Group. Our main purpose was to encourage each other's self-esteem, self-improvement through civic and social activities that promote a healthy community inside and outside the facility. Our late director, Councilor Moore, always stressed individual responsibility, showing remorse for our victim and giving back to those in need in an effort to repair some of the damage we have caused our communities. In 2016, I was chosen to be one of the 10 founding mentors in the groundbreaking specialized young adult unit known as TRUE. Along with our amazing trainers and staff, we painstakingly created a therapeutic community that supports young men as they develop into better versions of themselves. Of course, in the process of helping them, I also became a much better version of myself. As a mentor in the TRUE program for 6 years, I assumed many roles and responsibilities which help with the daily operations of the unit, from organizing our daily schedule board, managing our daily check-in schedule, and cleaning crews, which became a commercial cleaning business. I also facilitated and co-facilitated programs and workshops, including conflict resolutions, current events, and a speech class. Mostly as a mentor, it was really important for me to make myself available when someone needed to be heard, especially the mentees. Because we never know when someone is going to open up. My favorite quote says, everyone has something to say, but we don't always have someone who is willing to listen. And TRUE, we listened. This has been the most fulfilling thing I've been able to do. And I will continue to help as many people as I can, no matter where I am. This is one of the reasons I became interested in both the hospice program and the CNA program. It is important to me for my own self-worth to help other people. Since graduating the CNA program in November, I have already been privileged to have many shifts in the medical unit at Osborn. I work 7-hour shifts, 14-hour shifts on Mondays, 5 days per week. I have learned so much from the patients and my colleagues, and I am inspired to take this home with me to continue to make a difference. Everyone needs to be respected enough to be listened to, and that is what I do, which is why it takes me so long to get through my rounds. In my mind and heart, I am committed to doing the right things, not for any reward or praise. I try to extend kindness to everyone and strongly dislike seeing anyone being put down or taken advantage of. No matter what good comes from my actions, I owe more. If released, I intend to seek employment as a certified nurse's assistant just as soon as I can. In the meantime, while I get situated, I will take whatever employment is available within the vicinity of the chosen halfway house. And I will rely upon my supports like Melissa McGee from CCAR to help connect me with mental health treatment at Quality Counseling, I recognize that transitioning back into the community after all this time behind bars is going to be challenging. But I am grateful for the support that I have in the community already to help make the process as smooth as possible. I thank each of you, members of this board, for allowing me to apologize to Mr. Mayo's family. I pray that I have not caused the Mayo family further pain through this proceeding. I also pray that they are no longer suffering and have found some healing. I beg their forgiveness, even though I can never deserve to ask such. Thank you for considering my application to return to society.
All right, thank you, Mr. Steed. That was an incredibly well thought out and delivered opening statement. You provided us with a great deal of information about what you've been going through the last 35 years and how you see yourself going forward. And we appreciate you acknowledging the victims in your statement as well. So today's proceedings, we will be asking you some questions. We will hear from the Office of Victim Services. We will hear from the state's attorney, your attorney, and then we will deliberate at the end and give you our decision. Do you have any questions about that?
No, ma'am.
Okay, thank you. So I will begin with questions this morning. You provided a lot of information. I have developed some questions that you really have already answered for me, but I'm going to have you elaborate on a couple of them. So you went through in great detail your offense. And you also touched upon one of the questions that is always part of what we consider is you were given an offer by the state's attorney and you chose to go to trial. Why did you choose to go to trial at the time?
On advice from my lawyer, and I thought I could simply escape responsibility for what I did. You know, at the time I didn't fully understand what responsibility looked like. I knew I was guilty of the charges, but at the same time, talking with my attorney about, I thought I could evade the prosecution. I thought it was actually an opportunity that I could explain away my actions and not have to pay for taking Mr. Mayo's life.
I mean, I don't think there's any question that you were certainly, you had a difficult upbringing and a lot of challenges that you needed to overcome. But it's hard to understand why you didn't feel like you could have just walked out of the dwelling, out of the residence. Do you recall really what was going through your mind at that time?
Well, I don't remember everything I felt that particular night, but I remember being scared, and I know it wasn't rational at all. You know, thinking back on it, after I was sitting in my cell, I thought about that same thing over and over. Like, why couldn't I have just left? Why couldn't I just explain it to him that I couldn't do certain things, but I didn't know how to really articulate that, exactly how I felt. But I do feel there was absolutely, I wish I could have. I wish it crossed my mind that what I was could possibly do would be harmful. You know, I really wish with everything I had that I did just walk away, ran away. I had no idea where I was, but I feel afterwards like I could have found my way somewhere had I just left.
You said a couple of minutes ago that at the time you didn't know what responsibility looked like. What does it look like to you today?
Totally different. I believe that responsibility to me now is taking ownership for my actions, ownership for my thoughts and everything I do. You know, if I do something today, I accept it. I accept my role in it. I don't try to hide from it. Accepting responsibility is admitting when I'm wrong and being willing to correct it. You know, I spent a lot of time over the last 35 years of trying to help other people and not to run from accepting their responsibility, which for the most part begins with admission of saying, yes, this is what I did. I might not be proud of it, certainly not proud of what I've done, but being able to say, yeah, I did that and I'm not proud of it. What can I do to correct it? What can I do to correct my behavior so it doesn't happen again? And it also goes with an apology. You know, that's one of the things I really regret is not being able to, I know I said it in my statement, but it's one thing I've always regretted not being able to do, which was apologize a long time ago. I mean,
reading the sentencing transcript, you know, it comes, the judge was also not happy that you were unable to apologize. He believed that you weren't showing any remorse at the time. Do you recall that?
I do.
Do you feel like he was fairly accurate in what was happening in your life at the time?
Absolutely. I mean, of course, he had no idea of what I went through, you know, growing up, because, I mean, honestly, I didn't talk about what I went through, so nobody knew, you know, but knowing what he did know, yeah, I didn't show remorse. I remember feeling some sort of guilt on the inside, but not knowing how to express it. With my defense, along with my lawyer's help, it was like something like how do I even show that? You know?
You know, we look at, you know, the age that you were at the time you committed this offense, which is 18. You're 54 years old now. There's certainly a lot has happened. There's a lot of maturing to yourself over the time. Where do you think in that time span that you began to understand what taking responsibility meant?
I had in the beginning, I think I was at Brooklyn County Jail when there was a reverend there when I got there named Father Martin. And Father Martin would talk to us about many things. Mostly he would give me books about other men who had committed horrible crimes, who came to prison, who changed their life. Men who not only found God, like God, religion was helpful in their transformation, but men who just understood the wrong they did in their life that got them to prison, men who actually wanted to change. And at the time, I thought I was beyond any type of change or any type of redemption. but I had this feeling deep down inside, like I want that to be me. I would want to be one of those men who did something else besides cause trouble. And it was hard. I kept telling myself, like, I would never be able to forgive myself for what I've done. But he talked about forgiveness, that if we repented and we really believed it, that I could change. And it was hard to do, but I did believe a little bit that I could do it. And I think that was like the beginning stage of me actually feeling like I wanted to change and feeling for my victim's family.
Do you recall about how old you were at that time?
I was probably 19.
You know, one of the other aspects of change we look at, I often examine somebody's disciplinary history, and you look at, you know, what the tickets are for, well, if they have tickets, and if so, what they're for, and the age span. And it jumps out at us. I think that, you know, you had quite the transformation right around the age of 30. You know, so it's been about 23 years since your last ticket, and 30 of those tickets were before the age of 25. You know, so I think it is clear that there was the beginnings of that transformation, the beginnings of taking responsibility and starting to understand the importance of being able to give back. You have done a lot of programs, right? Programs that we are always so pleased to see somebody complete. Two of the programs specifically that I was interested to see is, one, it was that you were a mentor for so long in the TRUE program, and that you were one of the founders of the TRUE program. You know, it is one of the programs that's talked about within criminal justice in Connecticut and throughout the country in terms of being a transformative program. What did you get out of that program?
How long do you have?
Well, we don't have that long, so you need to give me the Reader's Digest version.
So going into the TRUE program, I knew that the mentors and the staff and the counselors, I knew that we would have a profound effect on the mentees because of the difference of mentors and staff. You know, we're all different. And I knew we would have a great impact on the young guys. And I thought at the time that I was, you know, I had made this transformation in my life already. I learned what empathy and remorse was, and I felt like I was a good man at that time, as we all were, but I had no idea that they would change me to help me grow up. The young men who trusted me allowed me to be like a father figure to them, to be a mentor, to be a coach, to teach them. Through my actions, I learned more of what it meant to be responsible, to have someone trust me, to have someone relying on my advice, my guidance. You know, I always hoped that I would be able to do something meaningful, something that would touch somebody's life and give back. And I mean, every one of them allowed me to do that, including the staff, because their lives were also changed for the better. And then the family members of the mentees, or the family members of the officers, or our family members. I learned a lot. I learned how to be a better listener. Going into the program, I felt like I did a good job listening to other people, trying to help them. But going into the program, I feared that I wouldn't be as attentive as I could be, or I felt like when the mentees would tell me something really important, that I would forget important things at the moment that I really should remember. And I was afraid to do it, but they helped me to get over that fright as well. They helped me in tremendous amount of ways to grow up.
It really is a give and take sort of program. You know, we hear a lot from the true mentees, how much the mentors mean to them and help them transform their lives. But there is always the other side. You know, is what you get from those young people and the ripple effect that you have on them and their families.
Right.
So after leaving the TRUE program, and you've done a lot of other programs, the Alternatives to Violence program, the Lifers group, but then you transitioned to becoming a CNA. And I heard you describe why you wanted to do that. And are you working in the hospice unit now, or just in the medical unit?
In the medical unit.
In the medical unit. And you hope to take that as a career path outside in the community?
Definitely, I do.
And what made you choose that again?
Well, I joined the so approximately 3 years ago, my mother passed away. And she had multiple health issues. She passed from congenital heart failure. And before she passed away, she had my sister Marilyn, my sister Deborah, and my niece Stephanie, who really took care of her. So going back, after I was sentenced, I had two prayers. Try not to ask for anything for myself. So I asked God to protect my mother. I asked for him to allow my family to really rally around my mother and to care for her like she deserved to be cared for. And I prayed for healing for the John Mayos family. And my family, they really took care of my mother, and especially in her last days. And as my sister was describing to me what some of those days were like for my mother, it made hospice really appealing to me. So I signed up to be a hospice volunteer. But once I got into hospice, you know, they talked about being a patient care assistant. And I learned a little bit about the CNA program, and I thought, what better way to to give back than to further my patient care by becoming a certified nurse's assistant. So that's what I did. I signed up for that as well.
So it seems to me you've set some goals for yourself as you have matured through your life and began to look at life from different angles, different perspectives.
Yes, ma'am.
So can you talk to me a little bit about your release plan? You've mentioned a few things, going to the halfway house. You mentioned working with CCAR. Who do you have for support in the community?
I have a lot of support. I have, I've met a lot of guys who are mentors in the TRUE program who are home doing really phenomenal things. So I have quite a few of those guys. I also have family members in Springfield, sisters, three sisters, my niece in Springfield, and I have quite a few mentees who have also gone home, who have been home for about 5 years now, who are doing really good, who offer their support as well.
So the mentees will be mentoring the mentor.
Right. Right.
It all comes full circle. All right. Is there anything else that we should be talking about? Anything I didn't ask you about that I should have?
Can't think of it at this moment, but if it does come up, I will ask.
Mr. Steed, so my last question to you is, you're serving a 65-year sentence. You've served 35 years and about 10 months of that sentence so far. You're eligible for today's hearing because of your age at the time the offense was committed. So when you're 19 years old and you're looking at 65, the next 65 years of your life incarcerated, how have you managed to stay hopeful throughout those years?
I kind of felt like once I started reading a little bit of history and learned about obstacles of other people and how they continue to strive through their darkest days, I kind of felt like I drew strength from them. If they can make it, then I can make it. On the other side of that was, I felt if John Mayo's not here anymore to do whatever it is he would have been doing, I'm still here. For whatever reason, even though I often didn't think I should be. Like, I can't waste more days being what I was. Can't hurt people, can't lie, cheat, steal. I have to use everything I have to help others, to help myself to do better. And if others did it, how can I not do it? Sometimes I used to feel like, especially growing up, I felt like no one understood what I was going through. I realized getting older that, we've all experienced something, no matter what your age is. We've experienced some pain, some hurt. And people get up every day and keep moving. So I'm like, if they did it, I could do it. At least today anyway. I can get through today. I'll cry. I'll feel the pain. And plus, I feel like I've really been fortunate. I've met a lot of great people in here, who really encouraged me and told me I could make it. If I could say this one last thing, I remember this is really important. I was getting transported from Brooklyn to Summers. I think I was maybe a week or two before I was sentenced, and there was an officer in the van who looked back, and he must have saw that I was completely terrified. He looked back, he said, "Mr. Steed, don't worry, you're going to be okay." He said, "Don't ask anybody for anything, mind your business, but you're going to be okay." And for some reason, a calmness came over me. And I wasn't scared no more. I really felt like, okay, I'm gonna be okay. So people like that helped me. So it definitely wasn't all me. You know, I had a lot of help and encouraging me to not give up. Plus, I had a lot to repair. So I'm like, I have to continue to try to right some of this wrong I've done, if I could.
When you think about being back in the community, what do you foresee being difficult for you?
A lot. I've never paid bills before. You know, in the True program, we have created a currency system for mentees to pay their rent, to be responsible, pay child support, to pay their way. And while I've seen that done, I've never actually had to pay rent. I've never had to be responsible for my own health, paying my own bills. I've never had an apartment. I've never had a driver's license. I've never done so many things that I look forward to. They'll be challenging. I'll have a lot of help to learn how to do all of these things, but as of now, I've never done them, and I know it's going to be challenging, as well as relationships. I've never, like my niece that I'm closest to with now, she's 27 years old. So, you know, getting to know my family outside of this environment with nothing between us is going to be different. It's going to be, I anticipated being a little challenging, but I know I can be successful in that endeavor as well.
I think it's a very realistic way of looking at it. I think you hit the nail on the head with many of the challenges that you'll face, whether it's just the basic day-to-day living and relationships with your family. I know that you want to go the halfway house, and that's probably a very good place to get started on that path. Have you thought about, I know that you've identified a lot of supports in terms of programming. The only thing I would say about that is when you are back in the community, that, you know, it's important for you to advocate for yourself. You know, if you were to receive discretionary parole today, that is 14 years, 16 years of parole. as we like to say, it's a lot of time of people in your business. And, you know, it can be a good thing or it can be a bad thing. Parole has a lot of support and resources. They're there to offer those, help you find the things that you need to be successful in the community, to be productive. They're also there to provide, the idea of a sense of public safety, to make sure that, people are doing what they're supposed to be doing correctly to live in the community. But all of that is available in terms of resources, but you also have to advocate for yourself. You have to know what your needs are. So Mr. Steed, I have no other questions. I will see if my colleagues have questions. Mr. Rodriguez?
Quite a bit of information. His opening statement provided quite a bit of information. Very well done and very well written. Thank you so much for putting that together for us. Really helped kind of clear some things for me, some of the questions that I had. Other than that, I don't have any other questions.
Okay. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Steed, the way you've served your sentence, I have a lot of respect for how you've turned your life around.
Thank you.
Did you ever apply for a sentence modification?
No, I haven't.
So you did apply for commutation in 2023, but you were denied at the pre-screen.
Yes, ma'am.
And what I want to point out is that since that time, you went through the CCAR Academy and became a recovery coach. You completed Alternatives to Violence for the third time. And you went from being a hospice volunteer to earning your CNA. And you did all of that before knowing that this hearing opportunity was going to be available to you. And that speaks volumes, sir. Because when you were turned down for a commutation, you were looking at serving the rest of your sentence till the year 2040. And you weren't deterred. You still wanted to give back, to make a difference, to plan, to help others. So you're to be commended for that. You started perhaps before all the hospice stuff with being a COVID ambassador, encouraging people to get the vaccine and helping keep the facilities clean so that we could manage the pandemic inside the facilities. And I appreciate that you put your own self at risk in order to help and protect others. Thank you, sir.
Oh, thank you.
So what you described as the challenges that you're going to face when you are back in the community, we call that adulting. Have you heard that expression?
I haven't.
Okay. Well, this is where you learn all the things that you have to do as an adult that aren't fun, but are absolutely necessary. And when my colleague said, that this, for you to be granted period of parole could be good or could be bad, I just want to add that that's up to you. And I don't have any concern that it would be bad for you. I think you appreciate that a parole officer can be helpful to you, connect you to services and programs in the community, and is somebody who will listen. You just have to meet them in that relationship and communicate how you're doing, what you're worried about, and what you're working on. I'm pretty confident you can do all those things. I'm going to leave you with one thing to think about, because in 5 years, you will be Mr. Mayo's age. And every year after that, you will have outlived your victim. And I just encourage you to continue on this path that we haven't said it yet in the hearing, but the description is there that you are working to honor Mr. Mayo, to give back for the life that you took. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Great. So, Mr. Steed, we are done with our questions for this morning. We will now turn it over to the Office of Victim Services. Ms. Hamlet-Williams?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you so much for having me. I do have the victim's family who would like to address the board today, and she is on with me. May I unmute at this and begin with your statement?
Okay, hello.
What's this?
Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Okay.
I would like to start out by saying how unexpected a phone call can be. A call from a victim's right office, and my uncle's name, John Mayo, being spoken after all these years brought a lot of emotion all back to me. I lived only a short walk from my uncle's house for so many years. My mother came from a family of 10 siblings. Her brother John was extremely close to her. He would stop by after work to have supper before going home each day. They also talked on the phone each day. She had tried calling several times without an answer. She thought he was out with a friend. I believe it was the beginning of the third day when she and her husband decided to drive over and check on my uncle out of concern. The car was gone and the house unlocked. They went inside, and there was my uncle with his throat slashed, laying in a bath of his own blood. As a family, we were devastated, shocked, and in disbelief at what had happened. Moving on to the trial, I attended in the beginning. My mom, aunt, and uncles also attended daily. What I can say is he was found driving around in my uncle's car with his girlfriend and children getting ice cream. This is not someone you put back into society. The accused and his lawyer, after taking his oath to tell the truth, only represented lies. I knew my uncle very well. I could no longer attend the court hearing. I had trouble sleeping and recurring nightmares. I was relieved when the verdict was given. My beliefs are very strong. An innocent life was taken. My uncle never harmed anyone. My uncle was a somewhat fragile individual. If I remember correctly, my uncle was not his first victim. And the thought of releasing someone back into society is a nightmare waiting to happen. Individuals who are criminally minded should remain locked behind bars and closed doors, never to have another opportunity to harm anyone ever again. I am writing this not only for me, but also for my mom, who recently passed away. Tears, sadness, loss, hurt, pain, broken heart over such a horrific death. And all I have left from my uncle is a beautiful statue of Mother Mary and baby Jesus. And I'd like to just add, my uncle never would have stopped. He could have taken the keys and left. My uncle was fragile and small. So listening to all this, it really is heart-wrenching for my family that we went through all the pain. I understand being incarcerated so young. I am divided on this. I don't want to ever see anyone hurt ever again. And that is my concern. And thank you for letting me speak and read my statement. And it's in your hands. Decision is in your hands, and monitoring is in your hands. I just thank you. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your statement. You may mute on your end and continue to listen. Thank you, panel.
Thank you, Ms. Hamlet-Williams.
Thank you. At this time, the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. We'll begin with state's attorney, Mahoney. Mahoney, if you have any statements or comments you'd like to make, you may do them now.
I do, thank you. My largest concern with Mr. Steed is about the fact that he has a hazy memory of the offense, and I don't have a strong sense that he has received proper therapy for his child sex abuse, because that seemed to have been the trigger around the request for anal intercourse that led him into these violent acts. And for all those who are listening, if you're the victim of child sexual abuse, you are not going to grow up to become a murderer. That is a very rare instance. I'm not denying that this happened to the defendant who disclosed, but I want to let people know, because sometimes they are afraid that that means that they too will have this kind of response. I don't see that happening to them. I appreciate Attorney Walker's passion and her report, but I disagree with parts of it. There is a reference to the psychiatrist brought in by the defense team, referring to him, Mr. Steed, as an infinite danger to others and to property. And I don't have a copy of that psychiatrist report because the prosecution would not get a copy of that. He was brought in to provide information to the defense team, and that's why we didn't get a copy of that. I don't think that that is based on the super predator theory that was out in the air at that time. I believe a psychiatrist today running the background facts of Mr. Steed and of his crime would come to the same conclusion. And I think it's borne out in the 40 tickets he got while he was locked up. And I say that because the facts on the record, and I've read the transcripts again this weekend, and in the appellate decision, are that Mr. Steed killed Mr. Mayo by stabbing him in the neck. The knife was thrust 5 inches into his neck. He went downstairs in the home, took the car keys and the wallet of, took the car keys, went out to Mr. Mayo's car, sat there for an hour, and as the appellate court decision reflects, didn't call for help and didn't try to render any assistance. He then went back into the home and, as he himself has said, ransacked it. So he took jewelry of Mr. Mayo. Mr. Mayo was a meticulous man. When his relative refers to him as fragile, in part because he was diabetic and also small in stature compared to the Mr. Steed. And he stole clocks, he stole money. He drove the car then back to his home area and did take out, according to him, his girlfriend, kids for ice cream. So that's the callousness that any psychiatrist would be concerned about. He also opened the trunk to show relatives of his some things that he had stolen, to ask them where he might be able to boost those items. Then he went into a store, was flashing the money he had stolen and referring. When they asked him, he said he had killed someone, and they asked him questions about that. He was more concerned about the shorts he was going to buy. So I think those are the factors that went into the psychiatrist's opinion. He then was at his girlfriend's home, I believe, and she was pregnant at the time and was crying late at night. And she asked him what happened, and he said he had been in a fight with someone. I do think he may have been having flashbacks from what he did at that point in time, based on how he described it. But I think that's where his self-defense claim came. There's a reference here to his trial defense attorney as doing something which would be considered wildly unethical, to manufacture a self-defense and to put Mr. Steed, who had the choice of whether to testify or not, on the witness stand to lie. If counsel really believes that, there should be a grievance filed against that attorney. I believe that what the attorney did is he took what his client had told him and what he had already told his girlfriend long before the attorney appeared in the picture, and crafted a defense around that, having received the psychiatrist's report that suggested to him that he did not have an extreme emotional disturbance defense. I do think that I don't have any reason to question Mr. Steed's disclosure. Many people who've been victims of sexual abuse when they're children never disclose. I also think that it's more credible to me that he did it as an adult at a later stage. But I don't really think that he's gotten the treatment, and maybe it's not available in the jail, which, if that's true of our society, then shame on us. We're failing the people we send into corrections if we can't provide them with the treatment that they really need to have. And he needs to have it, because while he is considered someone of stature within corrections because of his role in True and because of his maturity that he hasn't gotten a ticket in many years, and the fact that he does the CNA work, anybody who's had a family member in hospice or had someone that needed nursing care knows how important a job a CNA job is. But there are many people in our society who look down on people with that job. And the world that Mr. Steed is entering is a lot colder and crueler than the world that he left. And when he is out, he's going to need help with people who don't treat him with the respect that he is accustomed to for being a good listener and being a role model for other inmates. He's not going to have that. And if he encounters someone that triggers one of these flashbacks, then he could be prone to violence again. So that's a large concern that I have. I don't know if you can craft anything to work with that, but I think that that is a unmet need, and for the protection of all of society, that has to be met, because Mr. Steed himself can't articulate everything that happened that night and what it was that triggered him. He can give a description of the request for the anal intercourse, but not really put together why, based upon his own childhood abuse. And I do understand why the victim's family is also concerned, because they learned about the fire that took place when he was 12 years old that he set that led to other people's death. So again, I think that's why the psychiatrist came to the conclusion that he or she did. I saw in Jocelyn Hall's materials that she gave Mr. Steed a number of tests. I did not see the HARE, H-A-R-E, psychopathy test, which I think would be an important test to give him, considering that this index offense or this particular crime that he went to jail for does show an enormous amount of callousness and a sort of a compartmentalization. I think the judge said at the time of sentencing, you could see that somebody young who didn't have any money, who was trying to get money from other relatives, then according to the prosecutor who made his argument in the trial, said that Mr. Steed went and got the pocketbook of a 10-year-old because he was going somewhere where he knew that adult males would be cruising. And Mr. Mayo picked him up there, brought him home. He was out in the woods out here in Windham, so he probably didn't realize where he was. It was very far off the road, and that's probably not the type of setting that he was familiar with. But he took off in the car and was proud of it. There was no effort to try to help Mr. Mayo, and there was a suggestion that there was somehow a fight even before the lawyer got involved. That was his backup story, which then he told at trial, and it was considered unbelievable by people who heard it. So I'm glad that he's willing to acknowledge that he stabbed him. There were no defensive wounds on Mr. Steed, so there was no fight here. There were some slight injuries to Mr. Mayo's right hand, which I think may have gone to whether or not he reached up after he got stabbed. His face was pushed down into the pillow. He aspirated into the pillow. It was a shocking scene that his family members did have to walk in and find him days later. A friend hadn't heard from him. So it was a shattering event, a traumatic event for the victim's friends and family. You can still hear it all these years later. There is still fear of Mr. Steed, even though he's done remarkably well in a structured setting. Once he turned the corner on that, the concern that the state has is that he will not be in a structured setting when he is out. And although he is matured, and by virtue of all the stats we know, people tend to commit fewer crimes as they get older, the research about the brain not forming until the age of 25 doesn't seem to really fit with females, because we don't have the same kind of uptick. So the state has some skepticism, although I recognize this panel has to accept that was the United States Supreme Court's decision, which led the legislature to put you in play in the first place, to have this panel. I know you probably see a lot of people coming before you and hear their traumatic stories. I will tell you, as a prosecutor, I hear traumatic stories every day from victims who've never hurt anybody else and who live with the trauma and are never in court for any reason. So sometimes it can leave you with the opinion that, oh, the people in prison are only in prison because they've been victimized. No, that's not the only option. There are many people who've been victimized who never hurt anybody else, and people who've been abused at a young age. But I don't think that Mr. Steed has had the therapy that he needs to have to understand and process his own victimization, to recognize that the fire setting was a red flag for that. The fact that he went to jail
So,
after that.
excuse me, Attorney Mahoney, we are live streaming, that we are not in executive session, so we are not discussing the juvenile aspects
Oh, I'm sorry. I
of
apologize.
this case. No problem. I
Okay.
didn't
So,
want
I
you
mean-
to go into any more detail about things
Right.
that.
Okay. I think that, there were interventions, and I think those interventions helped him stop being a victim of other people. But then there might have been a cry for help, and I apologize to Mr. Steed. I didn't intend to bring up any information that's not known. So, I understand why the victim's family would like for him to serve the sentence. They certainly didn't have any expectation that he would be out. If this panel decides to put him out, I would just ask you that add some additional boundaries or things that will help him, because his inability to really put this all together, while it makes more sense than the story of self-defense that he gave at trial, there seems to be a lacking in insight as to how this all functions and a way not to get yourself in this situation again. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Now, Public Defender Walker, if you have any comments or final remarks, you can make so now.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the platform. I understand that you've pretty much heard from everybody that you really need to and want to hear from already. But this is my opportunity to David Torn a little bit for him. Just very briefly, want to start with an anecdote that's adapted from the works of Lauren Heisley, and I think it encapsulates David. And I promise I won't take a long time. So one day a man was walking along the beach when he noticed a boy picking something up and gently throwing it into the ocean. Approaching the boy, he asked, "What are you doing?" The youth replied, "Throwing a starfish back into the ocean. The surf is up and the tide is out. If I don't throw them back, they'll die." "Son," the man said, "don't you realize there are miles and miles of beach and hundreds of starfish? You can't make a difference." After listening politely, the boy bent down, picked up another starfish, and threw it back into the surf. Then, smiling at the man, he said, "I made a difference for that one." The benevolent boy in this story captures perfectly the spirit of who David Steed is today. He very much wants and needs to make a difference in the lives of others. It is his way of repenting for the things that he has done when he was a child. He knows he can't take it back. That damage is irreparable, as he said. But he has made it his life's mission to not only change his own path, but the path of others. And it's a mission he takes very seriously. I imagine the board might have been very much like me when I first read David's file. Astonished, troubled, horrified even. I first met David approximately 4 years ago, right at the height of the pandemic. Before meeting him, I had read about his case, and I had been given the portion of his master file with the DRs in it. Quite frankly, and I don't think I ever told this to him, I really wasn't looking forward to meeting him. Reading about him in black and white without any context does David a great disservice. But the moment that I did meet him, my opinion quickly changed. He was open and honest with me about his past, never once trying to minimize his offenses. And we talked a lot about the work that he was doing in True with the mentees. He told me about his religious studies and all that he has done in an attempt to atone for his crimes. I could not reconcile who David is today with the person he was as a youth, so I started to ask some very direct and difficult questions about his personal background. And that is when we got to the heart of the matter. I'm pretty sure both of us cried during that meeting. It was very heavy. It was the first time that he had ever disclosed to anyone anything about his past. But I started to understand how the incredible human being that was sitting before me could do what he had done. And it was so very painful to comprehend because it was so very avoidable. I appreciate how difficult this decision is for this panel, whether to vote to release a person that's committed murder. And it's likely even more difficult in this particular case. But I would encourage you to understand that what happened here is not only a tragedy for Mr. Mayo and his family, but also for David. Obviously, I don't intend to air his entire background in this forum, but I know that the board has thoroughly read my submission and knows what I'm referring to. And these are precisely the attendant circumstances to which the United States Supreme Court referred in Miller versus Alabama, and which our court referred to in State versus Riley. There is zero doubt in my mind that if this board votes to release David on parole, that he will not only remain a law-abiding citizen, but he will be a huge asset to the community. And I think the people with whom he spends the most time, other DOC personnel and inmates, agree with me, as you've read in my submission. He cannot help but to help people. And he will devote himself to that for the rest of his life. He needs to do that not only for himself, but for Mr. Mayo and for all of the victims of crimes. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you, Attorney Walker. We appreciate your statements. So we are done with this portion of the hearing today. We will now deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes.
Thank you.
So we have had a lot of information today, and I'm going to agree with Attorney Walker in that after reading the information about Mr. Steed, what I took away from today's hearing was much different than maybe what you read on paper. I do think that Mr. Steed had an incredibly difficult upbringing. Certainly, I'm not a psychologist, nor is anybody else, and it does seem to have played a significant role on his life as we see it today. He was 18 years old at the time of this offense. We are here for this hearing because he was 18 years old at the time he committed the offense. He's been incarcerated now for 35 years and approximately 10 months. He has done a tremendous amount of programming to show his rehabilitation and to also atone for his crimes and to show his remorse. I think that what we heard from the victim's niece today is very unusual, very kind, in that she is struggling with the loss of her uncle, her mother's brother, yet, she did not take a position. She leaves it to the board. Even after discussing the situation of which her mother found the victim. Mr. Steed has, I said, made every opportunity to show his remorse and give back the best he can while being incarcerated. As we've all stated, his maturation over the years is evidenced by the programming that he's taken, by his words today in terms of what he's taken away from his program, the growth, and we can physically look at the disciplinary history, which shows this transition after the year 2001, 23 years ago. I think he has a solid release plan for the community. He's identified resources that are definitely realistic for his return and successful return to living in the community. He's identified some very realistic obstacles, and for myself, I was pleased to hear that he was very thoughtful and could understand how some of these not only practical things but emotional things can be challenging for him when he is in the community. we certainly, it goes without saying, his work in the TRUE program speaks volumes, and his work as a CNA will transfer into a livable income and employment in the community if he chooses to go that direction. I agree with the state's attorney. Mr. Steed would definitely benefit from some continued services in the community with respect to his mental health needs. And based on what we've heard today and what we've read, I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole. Mr. Rodriguez?
I'm sure you kind of laid it all out. Reputation, in fact, he's been forceful about this hearing. But he has set those goals that he set for himself. Even though he realizes the challenges he's going to have, and he kind of laid them out, whatever it may be. But he hasn't done yet. And what I call it adulting. His program, he's done significant programming since he's been in, and made a large contribution to the TRUE program. He's attended the programs. I'm also in favor of his discretionary parole today.
Ms. Turner?
So some of what was pointed out about Mr. Steed's acts and actions following the murder, I think are illustrations of his immaturity. I don't think he could reconcile himself to what he had done, and his immaturity as focused on the financial side of his crime, for which he did get convicted of larceny second and larceny third. And, you know, just poor judgment when it came to the disposition of his case as well in court. I read in his recovery wellness plan an emotional health goal in response to Attorney Mahoney's concerns. He has the intention of regularly engaging with a therapist, and it's specific to the trauma in his past, and working out that in seeking some resolution, and he says practicing mindfulness. I have no doubt in his commitment to doing so because of what we've heard today and how he has presented himself. I think he has tremendous potential outside of the facility to give back to his community, and a stated dedication and intent to do so. So my vote is to grant.
So in the matter of David Steed, 184149, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, December 16th, 2024, with the following conditions. Halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment, no contact with the victim's family, SK. Anything else? No.
To the victim's family,
MA? Okay, I'm wondering if that's the sister that the niece spoke of being deceased. But we can check on that.
Yeah.
Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Motion is granted. Congratulations, Mr. Steed. We wish you the best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for Date 18419. It is followed. afternoon. We're just taking a quick minute and we'll be with you shortly, okay?
Yes, thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Parole Officer Michelson. Today is Monday, 2024. The Public Act 23169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Pardons. For the record, Mr. Gonzalez, the state of Connecticut passed, made effective October 1st, 2023, the Public Act 23169. It's an act concerning control eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records are reshared. You fall under this act, and this means you are under the age of 21, that the board shall give great weight to diminish culpabilities of juveniles as compared to adults, the hallmark features of youth, and any subsequent growth and maturity displayed while we are reviewing you for suitability today. The following board members are present this afternoon and by stating their names on their record, certify they have reviewed all statutory and required documents and information for this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, panel member Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present this afternoon, we have Attorney Kevin Samaska. Attorney Samaska, can you please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record?
Yes, can the board hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Kevin Semataska, juris number 441692. My address is P.O. Box 351, Shoe Hall, that's SHEW Hall, in Middletown, Connecticut, 06457. If I may very briefly, I just want to make one slight adjustment to the memo that I submitted to the board. I stated that Mr. Gonzalez took a plea for 30 years. It was a plea for 30 years with the right to argue for less. Just to
I don't
clarify.
mean to interrupt, but you will have an opportunity later on in the hearing to make a statement. So if you have any additional questions or anything, you can make them. Okay.
Yes, thank you.
Also present, we have State's Attorney's Office, Abby Marcinkowski. Attorney Marcinkowski, if you could please also state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, good afternoon. My name is Attorney Marcinkowski. My juris number is 442557, and I'm a member of the New Britain State's Attorney's Office located at 20 Franklin Square in New Britain, Connecticut, 06051.
Thank you. Also present this afternoon, we have Office of Victim Services, Ms. Hamlet Williams. Mr. Gonzalez, can you please state your name and name number for the record?
I am William Jesus Gonzalez, main number 287856.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14, Freedom of Information Act, Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Gonzalez, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Mr. Gonzalez, do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
No, not at all.
Thank you. So as previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing. It's being conducted in consideration of a parole application for William Gonzalez, inmate number 287856. Mr. Gonzalez is serving a sentence of 30 years flat with no probation to follow for attempted murder, assault in the first degree, and robbery in the first degree. There is victim input in this case. There is also an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which included Embracing Fatherhood, Alternatives to Violence, Tier 2, Recovery Coach, and Voices, and he also maintains a job assignment. Utilizing the statewide offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range of recidivism. Mr. Gonzalez, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
All right. Thank you. Thank you and good afternoon to all board members and anyone present. I am William Jesus Gonzalez. Thank you for the opportunity you are giving me today to express myself and describe to you the man that I have worked so hard to become. I would like to add that I am very nervous, and being so, I may lose some words. And if I do, please feel free to ask me to elaborate. I would like to start with an apology, if I may, to the victim, Mr. Dumas, his family, and everyone else I victimized by my actions on December 21st. I am so sorry for what I did to Mr. Dumas. He didn't deserve it, and no one should ever go through the hardships and obstacles because of an attack as he did because of me. It took some time for me to accept how severe my actions were. My actions led to Mr. Dumas being within inches of his life after I hit him with a bat. So I could take his wallet, which contained his hard-earned money. I am deeply ashamed for my actions. I wish I had the right words or actions to fix it or to go back and change the past, but I can't. Please know that the words I am speaking are genuine from my heart and sincerest part of my being. Today, I understand more the pain and suffering Mr. Dumas has endured by my assault because I destroyed my own life. Although what I did to my life does not compare at all to the damage and trauma I caused to Mr. Dumas and his family. After reading and rereading court transcripts and watching news reports about Mr. Dumas, I learned that I not only created lifelong disabilities for him, but also that he was a good person to his neighbors and his community. and a good man to his family. He selflessly gave so much to everyone around him and asked for nothing in return. That has stayed with me every day, month, and years of my incarceration. The damage I inflicted upon him will remain with me until my last breath. I am sorry for taking away the time he has spent with his family, his children, and his friends as a person without disabilities. I regret I took away his sense of safety and security, his sense of being. While attending and participating in the Voices program, I learned that I victimized a lot more people than just Mr. Dumas. I am now always will be responsible for my senseless actions, which forever changed Mr. Dumas' life, the life of his family members, and the lives of my own family members. No one deserves the pain and suffering that they have gone through and may be still feeling today. With the help of all the programs I did, including the Voices program, I believe I have grown, reflected on my life, matured, and grown into a responsible adult. I have placed myself in his shoes and I fully understand his anger and his view of me. I don't blame him. It is warranted. It is my hope today that Mr. Dumas can hear the sincerity and truth in my words. It is also my hope that I will one day be given the opportunity to get back to my son and family members without causing any more pain to anyone else. I've carried guilt and regret for everything I did to Mr. Dumas and his family. I've utilized all the strength and the perseverance within me to change all of my negatives into positives and to build a man who is caring and respectful of others. I am no longer the person I was 24 years ago. December 21st is a reminder to myself of how far I've come and a way for me to teach others around me why they should not follow my footsteps. I would like the opportunity to live in a productive life and rebuild everything I broke in my life when I attacked Mr. Dumas. 24 years ago, I was a young man using drugs and angry at the world. Reflecting back on my life, one of my earliest memories as a child was living with an abusive stepfather and a working absent mother. I spent a lot of time alone and searching for a family connection in others, looking to belong, needing to feel wanted or loved. I learned so many bad habits at such a young age that it became normal. As I got older, the friends I kept choosing got worse, and so did my bad habits. My reflecting back on my childhood memories does not in any way excuse my selfish actions on that day. Unfortunately, I did lose my way and really messed up by attacking a good person to take away his possessions that did not belong to me. When I first got to prison after being sentenced to 30 years, I felt broken and I didn't care about anything. Learning to live in prison took some time. But after self-reflection, mentoring, and programming, I started to work on myself. It started immediately with thoughts on my son, who was 2 months old when I attacked Mr. Dumas. I had no one I could turn to show me how to be a father to my son. I needed to learn so many things, but the most important thing I needed to learn was how to parent, how to be a father. And considering where I was grateful that I was given the chance to participate in the Embracing Fatherhood program. It taught me that the way I communicate with my child makes a difference. I learned how getting at eye level with my son when speaking with him, and my tone of speech allow him to see into my eyes and feel that I understand and love him. Every time I was given a chance to see my son face to face, I took the opportunity to display affection, treat him with respect, provide words of encouragement, praise his accomplishments, and try to set a good example. I shared our time together because I knew there were no guarantees those visits will continue. The time I spent with my son made me start to look at myself and recognize that I wanted to continue working on me. Along with parenting skills, I was accepted to Alternatives to Violence program, which taught me strategies on how to channel my anger into positive. With this programming, I was able to acknowledge that my anger issues began as a child when I was physically abused and burned severely and endured numerous skin grafts and months of pain and sufferings. Physical and emotional scars I've carried since the age of 3. I've recognized that I was holding on to anger within me. With the program, I learned to deal with past anger by validating it as an appropriate emotion, learning to control my anger by controlling my response to situations by using various skill sets such as meditation, breathing exercises, using calming words, or taking a moment to myself by walking away. While in here, I've learned that taking a moment and removing myself from an argument, I am able to dissect the situation, see things more clearly, and acknowledge I am the one with the power to diffuse the things that make me angry. I am the one who decides how I let a situation affect me. If I can control my emotions, then I can control the outcome in every situation. Another positive outcome of participating in this program is embracing my artistic side. It turns out that I love art, and it works for me every time I feel angry. When I draw, it gives me time to think and relax. In prison, it isn't easy to stay out of trouble, but thankfully, I've managed. I've been lucky to have people in here who care enough to guide me, pushing me to do more programming, to give me words of encouragement because they believed in me and believed that the programs could help teach me how to build communication and social skills and learn about addictions and relapse prevention. In Tier 2, I was able to accept that I was addicted to marijuana and angel dust before I went to jail. I was able to point out potential triggers such as high-risk people and places, not managing my emotions. Also worked on building my communication skills through role-playing and using the word no and not to give into peer pressure. In Tier 2, I admitted to myself how my addiction had negatively impacted my mother and siblings. My erratic behavior caused so much tension, and for that, I sincerely apologize to my family. Counselor Slope was very supportive and encouraged me to stay grounded and working my program. This counselor introduced me to CCAR, where I qualified to take a course that would certify me to become a recovery coach, where I will be able to work with others in early recovery by offering them words of encouragement or lending an ear to listen. My ability to continue working on my issues and struggles could be beneficial to the next person. I recognize that we are not perfect. We're allowed to fall, and our abilities to get up and learn from that fall is a step in becoming a better individual in our journey to long-term recovery. Recently, I was provided with my own recovery coach. She will provide me resources which include assisting with securing full-time employment, volunteering at CCAR in an effort of securing future scholarships for other CCAR courses. With the assistance of the DOC counselor Guy, I connected with Wheeler's Clinic Transitional Case Management Program. They will help me transition back into society by assisting with securing valid state ID, transportation to clinic for medical and mental health counseling appointments, and securing state health insurance coverage. Finally, despite my sentence, I have family and friends who continue to support me. Some may be present in this hearing. My support network has voiced their willingness to help me with providing various forms of support, such as providing bus passes, meals, clothing, helping me secure employment if I am granted parole. I also have a friend who is working on a children's book and has offered me the opportunity to illustrate her book. If I am granted parole, I will continue to do everything in my power to continue building on my strong foundation to succeed in life, to become a better person, and I will continue to work hard, remain humble, kind, understanding, respectful of others. I confident I am well prepared for life as a free man and will continue to take each day one day at a time, staying positive and will not allow any circumstance to determine my happiness. Every day as a free man will be reason enough to be happy. The man before you today will utilize this experience, the growth and the programs to guide me the rest of my life, to push me to always do what is right. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Gonzalez. That was very nicely done. Well prepared. You executed it very nicely. We got a lot of information from you. Thank you. We will be asking you some questions. When we're done with our questions, we'll hear from the Office of Victim Services, then the state's attorney, your attorney, and then we'll deliberate. Do you have any questions about that process?
I do not. Ready.
Okay. All right. Mr. Rodriguez is going to begin with the questions this afternoon.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, Mr. Gonzalez.
Good afternoon.
Hear me?
I hear you clearly.
Okay, good. So this was a very senseless act. And I had a difficult time reading this. And I'm just trying to understand. I know you were homeless at the time and you were having some challenges, but what was driving this?
I can sincerely say that that I can't make any excuses, and I've questioned myself that same question. I asked myself that same question, and all I could say was that I was a lost young man, which my life had led me to become an angry individual, to where in some way my actions didn't matter to gain what needed to be gained. So I didn't see my actions leading to his to what he had to endure. If I did that, I would have attacked him, but those were senseless actions, and I can't make excuses. I don't have I don't have a way to.
I hear that. I mean, the reality is you could have killed him.
Yes.
In which case you would have been there for a very long time.
And I would have deserved.
Did I read that you hit him twice?
I did.
We're just,
yes, I did.
You were just lucky, isn't it? And then you left. And you left him there. You didn't even call 911 after you left or anything. You just left.
And I said on the report when they interviewed me, I mentioned how this event started, and I'm taking responsibility for my actions, but
I know you have from the beginning.
Yes, but I don't know if it's in the police reports. I'm sure you guys have it, but I did say how I was a friend drove me there.
Yeah,
and I like to state, I don't know if this hinders me in any way, but I would like to state that when I did what I did to Mr. Dumas, when I attacked him senselessly, I didn't know the owner of the home. So when I did run upstairs and I did tell them to call an ambulance and call the police, because the man is bleeding out. This is hurt very bad.
That's nowhere in documents that I've read. I mean, I did read that you took responsibility when you went to trial, when it was from, you went for sentencing, but I didn't, I didn't read anything like that, just so you know. All right, I want to go on anyway. On something, I don't want to stay with that because you've done some things that you have accomplished, and some you mentioned in your opening statement which you covered a lot of information. So I wanted to hear a little bit more about some of the programming that you've taken. So can you share a little bit more? Because I noticed that you took these programmings later on, right? Early on, you took Embracing Fatherhood early on. And then it was not till this year, this year, that you took your other programming.
Mm-hmm.
Can you explain that? Why you didn't do some of this stuff earlier?
Well, after I took a Turning to Wireless program before I got to this place, but you are right. I did have a time where I wasn't taking any programming. The reason was that I kind of learn how to do my time after taking a Turning to Wireless program, how to maneuver around certain situations. And being in here, you tend to hear how things go, how you don't need any programming because, you know, Paroles either denies you whether you did it or not. So I fed into the what I heard in this place, and I kind of sat back and just did my time as quietly as possible.
I noticed that because you only had 3 DRs. You had 3 tickets since you've been here.
Yes, so I learned, I took away from the Turning to Wireless program, and I learned how to, as I said in my statement, learn how to maneuver around my anger and deal with that, and I kind of worked that along. So, and the reason why I did them now, it was because I found myself in situations, being in a dorm setting, I found myself in situations that I realized that I needed to work more on myself. And so that's what led to me taking more programming along with programming for drugs, you know, to work on that. But and so I'm nervous. So I'm sorry if I'm rambling on, but
Well, no, you have taken the program. I was just wondering why you waited so long to start taking it. What came on you to decide that you wanted to start taking it?
I needed to better myself because my mentality had not fully changed. Even though I learned to do my time quietly and not get into trouble, I still had a mentality of not realize how hard I had impacted Mr. Dumas' life. What I did to him, I had not yet learned that, as you said, I could have ended his life. And as I got older, when I got here, not when I got here, as I got older, I kind of that hit me more because you tend to look at things more clearly, more maturely when you get older. So it hit me more that I need to better myself because I that shouldn't happen. Yeah. Especially the mentality I have today. I for the life of me, I could not ever do that to a person. So that's why I did push to do more programming now, and I really fed into the what was told to me way back as far as doing programs, and this is why I did not proceed in taking any programming back then. But now, as I am now, I am more mature, and I understand that I needed to be a better individual, and like, you know, I need assistance in programming, and that will help.
Okay, so let's talk a little bit about your support on the outside.
Yes.
What is going to be your support on the outside if you're released?
Well, if I'm released to a halfway house, I will be contacting the Wheelers Clinic. They have different things that as far as transitioning into the community. They have they will provide me with as I said, transportation to medical and mental health clinics to keep up with that, because I need to keep up with my mental health. And but as far as other things, I have a recovery coach that I will be I am in contact with today. That I will be keeping in touch.
It's very positive. It's very positive.
Yes,
I am. The
keeping in
fact
touch.
that you went to Recovery Academy, that's all very positive stuff.
Yes, so I will be in touch with them as far as moving forward with CCAR and the courses to try to become a recovery coach myself. And my family are
So I was going to ask about your family.
Yes.
What's your family support system?
Well, I have a few family members that are still in the state that are willing to provide monetary help as far as bus passes and things like that, clothing. I'm usually in touch with them every other day. I try not to bother them. You know, I know people have busy lives out there now, so I try to call every other day and keep the time. You know, but you know, I do keep in touch with them, and they are there, willing to support me 100%. I have friends, also have friends that are out here that I don't know if it hinders again to mention that they were incarcerated, but have moved on with their lives, and they are willing to be there to assist me in getting employment if needed. They're willing to stand out there and put a good word for me to gain employment and other things as well.
Well, you've been in there quite a while. Things have changed a lot on the outside.
I hear.
Right. So
yes,
what do you think your challenges are going to be when you come out?
Oh, there will be a lot of challenges, but to point out, just reintegrating in the society, like you said, things have changed. People move differently. Some things are easier done than what they used to be, and some things are harder to do than what they used to be. But I would say just reintegrating in society, it will be slightly hard, but I know with the help of my recovery coach and the help of the Wheeler Clinic, I will definitely persevere.
Well, there's going to be lots that you're going to have to do, right? I mean, you got to
definitely.
You're going to make sure you have stable employment. You're going to have to work your finances. You're going to have to, you know, there's things that you're going to have to do, right?
Yes, I do have family, my brother and the friend that I have them on standby with as far as financing things about getting a car, first obtaining my license and things like that.
That would be the first thing before a car.
Yeah. So yes, they're on standby as far as like getting my when I have enough money obtaining my new first home, you know, perks that of obtaining your first time owning a home. You have perks that help you with that, but they are on standby as far as helping me through this process.
But you've got a ways to go and a lot to grow with yet so far. With that, and hopefully, you know, if you get released, you're going to use your parole officer and the services they provide for you to be able to help you out and guide you along the way.
Definitely, I am willing to use any resources that are available for me to transition and stay in my path.
At this moment, I don't have any additional questions. Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez.
I'll come back.
All right.
Certainly do that. Ms. Turner?
So, Mr. Gonzalez, you participated in CCAR in Tier 2. What did you learn about PCP?
PCP?
Yes.
Okay. Well, that was my drug of choice, was it not?
Yeah.
Yes. Well, I learned that it could really alter the way you think about things or the way you function. That you're no longer in control of your the way you handle yourself towards people around you, and you could hurt people, which that's why we're here today. It's I'm not proud of anything I did.
Okay, we're going to stick to the question, which was about PCP.
Yes.
So do you appreciate that it does permanent damage to your brain in ways your brain cannot recover?
Yes.
And we have yet to find out what it does as your brain ages.
Mm-hmm.
So it's an incredibly serious choice for anyone picking up. Now, you used it in conjunction with marijuana?
Yes, I did.
Was that a daily habit for you?
It was marijuana was an every other day habit, and with the PCP, it was I would say every 3 to 4 days.
So you spoke of coming into prison as a new father. You appreciate that the victim's wife was pregnant at the time that you assaulted him. Not take the embracing fatherhood until 10 years into your sentence. Why was that?
I was lost. When I came in here, I was I was still immature, and I had the mentality of an immature individual that just received a 30-year sentence, and being so, I didn't
But
care
you
about.
said your son was your inspiration.
Yes.
So I just was trying to appreciate, it wasn't that you were getting so many DRs you couldn't get into the program. I was just wondering why it was 10 years into your sentence before you took fatherhood, if your son was the motivating factor that you described him to be. Describe your relationship with him now that he is a 24-year-old.
Our relationship right now, I will not lie, is rocky, because I could not keep in touch with him as much as I would have liked to. But we do keep in touch. We do express each other's love for each other, and I do.
Where does he live?
He lives in Waterbury.
Okay. So why is it that you weren't able to keep in touch with him as much as you would have liked?
His mother had moved on with somebody else, and I would try to keep in touch by letter, and I don't know if she felt that in some way it was disrespectful for me to write her if she was with somebody else. I do not know, but she made it very hard for me to keep in touch, because I did try, but she would not answer.
Besides being a tierman these last 2 years, have you held other jobs in the facility?
I did. I was a tierman in Garner for a few years before this, well, in the beginning. Then I transferred to Medugo, and I was in Medugo. I was a tierman in Medugo for 15 years, I think it was. I was a worker in Medugo for 15 years before I got to this prison.
And are you working at Robinson?
I am working at the activities building. I'm a janitor at the activities building in this facility.
You have a pretty limited work history out in the community, mostly through temp agencies. So describe for me your work ethic that would make you an attractive hire for these friends who have connections to help you find a job.
Well, I will be willing to do any task that is put in front of me. I am not gonna stop and complain if asked of to do anything that it's to some people some way embarrassing. I will be willing to do the job, get the job done, and do it right, do it properly.
Do you show up on time? Do you stay until the job's done? How do you work with coworkers?
I would definitely, I would do what is required of me. I would show up on time.
Do you do that in your current position, sir?
Oh, yes, I do. I do show up on time. I do commingle with my coworkers while there, and we get the job done the way it should be done. And get it done and go back to the unit. We don't stay around and do, some people like to stay around and overdo things, like hang around too much, and the officers don't like that. So I usually just get the job done and report back to my unit.
So you've spoken here quite a bit about anger and how that played a role in the choices you were making out in the community, I assume, to both abuse drugs and then commit this act of violence. You have not taken an anger management class?
Excuse me?
I'm not seeing that you've taken an anger management class.
Oh, okay. Here, I did right to take the anger management class, but
okay. So you have not yet taken an anger management class?
I have not. I took Alternatives to Violence program. That's the one I took.
So you mentioned to my colleague that you have friends that will help you find a job. What kind of work are you looking to do?
I'm willing to do any type of work, but what he informed me was that he worked at a car wash / oil place out in Waterbury, and they have also I'm hiring in a GSS. It's a steering wheel factory. But I am willing to do any type of work that is
well, I'm glad that you're willing. I'm just trying to get more specific. Have you done any job searching while you to prepare if you are granted today?
I'm
assuming that's a no.
I've looked in the tablet. They have
okay.
An app there that is that you could look around the area that you'll be released to, and there are I found a few things that are open, but as far as them willing to employ ex-felons, I do not know. But there I have looked. There's roofing companies around the area. There is elderly care. What do you call that?
Home care
establishments. Yes, elderly care.
All right, that might be harder for you to get a job doing as a felon, former felon.
Yes, so these are things that I looked at, but as you said, I don't know.
Looked at all at the reentry programs in Waterbury?
I have not. I have
those are great places to help connect with employers that are willing to hire people with criminal records.
Yeah, Winter Clinic is the ones that informed me about it. About
the reentry center?
Yes.
Okay. All right. They're all over the state, so you should make good use of that when you're back.
Mm-hmm.
I have no more questions for Mr. Gonzalez.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So, Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned, and not, it won't be looked at negatively, that you've stayed in contact with people that you've been incarcerated with that are now in the community. And you mentioned somebody was going to help you find a job. So have you talked to them about what the difficulties will be about transitioning into the community? And what are they, what is it, one friend or a couple of friends?
I'm in touch currently with 4 friends.
Okay, so what do they tell you that will be difficult? What do they tell you to look out for?
They tell me that I should take things very slowly, to not try to take on life all of it at a time, because they could be overwhelming, you know. So to just take a day at a time, you know, procure employment as soon as possible.
Right, routine schedules will be very important for you.
Yes.
And as Ms. Turner pointed out, and you said, Wheeler Clinic and the Reentry Centers will be very useful, whether you get out tomorrow or 2 years from now. They're all available, right? They'll always be available. Yes. Okay. You said you were gonna. I was interested to know, you actually met with somebody from Wheeler Clinic?
I have Megan.
Okay. Say that again.
Megan, her name is Megan Wrigley.
Okay. And when you meet with her, what did she talk to you about?
She mentioned how they will be able to provide clothing, help with some housing, like finding a apartment to live in. They will be able to provide things as along helping me with my mental health counseling. It's very important to me to you know, to keep in touch with them about, you know, that the mental health you know, help. But yeah, okay. She provided me with a lot of information if I was to be released.
Great. And if you were to get parole, you'd have about 4 years of parole supervision, because the court didn't put any probation or special parole on your sentence. So if you're released, you'd be out on discretionary parole for about 4 years. Now, you were on probation when you got arrested on this charge, and you did not do well, right? So parole is another form of supervision, right? Have you thought about how you'll work with your parole officer to be successful?
This time is definitely different. At that time, I was, again, immature and a very ignorant individual. This time, I will go at it with all the things that I learned while in this place. And my mentality towards being in parole so long is definitely different. I will be willing to report and do what they ask of me at any point.
Okay. I think that's the first step, right? Is there's going to be a whole handful of conditions that you're going to need to follow, which are nothing more than living productively in the community, not getting arrested, not using drugs, staying in contact with your parole officer. They also have a ton of resources that if you're, working with them, they'll be able to give you some direction in other ways. Because 4 years may sound like a long time, but it's really not for somebody that was 19 when they were arrested and has now been incarcerated for 24 years, right? So things are a little bit different.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, thank you. So we will move on now to the Office of Victim Services. So you can listen and please do not interrupt. Thank you. Ms. Hamlet-Williams?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I do have the victim who has been in attendance and dealing with us today. I just wanted to clarify, and you can unmute to answer this question. Will you be reading, or did you want me to read?
I will be reading.
Okay, thank you so much. You may begin with your statement.
I will remember December 21st, 2000 as a day that changed my life forever. This person's actions on that day left me with injuries that will affect me for the rest of my life. I wish he just asked me for the money, but instead he attacked me from behind and struck me twice in the head with a baseball bat. He robbed me and left me to die. I sustained a traumatic brain injury from his assault. God's grace, the frigid temperature, a kind detective, and 2 blood transfusions are the only reason I'm still alive today. This incident partially paralyzed the left side of my body without the ability to move my left hand or foot. For the past 24 years, I felt like a prisoner in my own body, mentally knowing how to do something, but physically unable to do it. I'll never be able to use my left hand again. Think about all the things you use your left hand for, 2 hands for, I'm sorry. I have movement in my left foot or ankle, so I wear a brace to support and keep my ankle in the right position to more safely walk. There's no signal from my brain to these extremities. So they no longer work. The muscles on the left side of my body have atrophied from lack of use. Because one side of my body is stronger than the other, it's caused wear to my joints and has left me in a still uncertain future. Physically, my life will get harder, not easier as I age. I struggle still with the fact that I'm not able to do the things I used to do before this incident. My family was young at the time. I was married just over a year with a stepdaughter and a baby on the way. I think about all the things all the things we should have done as a family over the past 24 years, but didn't do to my injury. I wish I could still play sports and run or dance with my wife and do all the fun things I worked so hard for to be able to enjoy. I'd love to play catch with my future grandson or volleyball with a future granddaughter. Now all I can do is be a bystander and watch everyone else have fun. I can only remember back to the days when I used to be able to do all these things. Since the incident, my family has lost thousands of dollars in income I could have earned if this incident hadn't occurred and left me permanently disabled. That income could have paid for college for the kids or family vacations or a future home or vacation property. All the things we dreamt about as a family. Instead, we gave up vacations. My wife returned to work. She lost the option to stay home to raise our kids and lost a dream of expanding our family. Instead, we gave up vacations. My wife returned to work. With future children. She and the kids needed to have health insurance, so rather than vacations, she returned to full-time work, hoping to just be able to afford the essential things in life. Though this crime was committed against me, my wife and children were immensely affected for the rest of their lives too. How has this person used his time in prison for the past 24 years? Did he earn a college degree? Did he work every day? Did he find God? Did he become a mentor to other prisoners? Does he have a support system outside of prison? All these things are so important. Has he become a better person? My biggest question is, if he is granted parole, will he hurt someone else? When I think about how brutal it was to hit someone over the head, not once, but twice, rob them, and leave them for dead, did he think something good would come from such an act of violence? Can a good person really do something like that? I can't begin to tell you how much I struggle eternally with this parole hearing, because I believe in forgiveness. I believe in second chances. And I pray that if he's granted parole, he makes the best of his second chance and becomes a good and productive member of society and can be a truly kind and caring human being. My faith in God and the love of my family and friends and those who helped me along the way are the reasons I made it through today. I'm no longer the victim, but a survivor. I trust the board make the most right and just decision. Thank you for your time.
Thank you
so much.
Thank you. At this time, the attorneys will be afforded an opportunity to make a statement. In the state's attorney, Mark Jankowski. You have any statements or comments you'd like to make to subject?
Good afternoon. Thank you for the opportunity to speak today, and I just wanted to extend my sincere gratitude to Mr. Dumas, the survivor in this case, for his bravery and his extremely articulate and eloquent words about what he's gone through and how it's both impacted him and his family. I think that was the biggest thing that struck me in this case was not just the senseless act of violence, but the impact that it's had on Mr. Dumas and all of the things that were taken away from him, and he will never be able to do. And I think reading the documents for today, one of the things that struck me was that, you know, Mr. Dumas's wife was pregnant at the time, and when he was in the hospital, his son was born, and he was unable to hold his son for the first time after he was born. And struggles to be able to do the things that fathers are able to do because of Mr. Gonzalez's actions. The defendant in this case entered into an agreement and pled guilty. It's my understanding from Attorney Samataska that it was a right to argue sentence, and that reading the PSI, a lot of the information about Mr. Gonzalez's substance abuse, mental health history, and his own history of trauma were before the court at the time that the judge rendered the sentence. I'm glad to hear that Mr. Gonzalez has expressed remorse and recognizes that the survivor in this case was a good person who was doing his job and did not deserve what happened to him and how much he took away from them. I'm glad to see that he does not have many tickets that disciplinary tickets that he received while incarcerated, and that the ones that he did receive are very dated, and that he has been involved in some programming while incarcerated. I think my biggest issue here is that I'm concerned about the lack of understanding and insight into why Mr. Gonzalez committed this crime in the first place. I'm concerned about the aftercare plan and what the defendant's plans are, were he to be paroled, and what would actually be in place for him. I know that he mentioned that there were some family supports, but it was unclear to the state, at least, exactly what those supports were and how they would be providing support. I'm also a bit concerned with when Mr. Gonzalez was speaking and answering questions about why he did not get involved in more programming, that he stated that he fell into what others were saying. And I'm concerned about the fact that the circumstances surrounding the crime to begin with was that it appears that he fell into what others were saying then, and through the course of incarceration fell into what others were saying during that time, and what that means for his future and his ability to reject peer pressure and stay on the correct course. And also, just given the tremendous amount of violence here and what was taken from the survivor and their family, that is something that can't be taken back. So thank you for the opportunity to speak on this. I do wish Mr. Dumas and his family the best of luck going forward. And Mr. Gonzalez, same to you. I hope that you take any opportunity that you are given to put out good into the world, because so far haven't made the best choices and put out a lot of bad, but it is up to you moving forward what you choose to put out. So thank you.
Thank you. At this time, Attorney Stamaska, if you have any comments or final remarks you'd like to make, please do so now.
Thank you. I have several remarks written down, but I think one of the most poignant observations I can make in today's hearing is this. We heard very deep, sincere comments from Mr. Dumas, and the strongest evidence that Mr. Gonzalez is a changed man, that he's no longer the person he was, that he wants to do good moving forward, is that we're here 24 years later, and Mr. Gonzalez, while he was listening to Mr. Dumas's statement, he cried with him. Mr. Gonzalez cried with Mr. Dumas today. That's the strongest evidence that I can put before this board, that this is a good man, a changed man, and a man who desires no longer to hurt people. He offered today a sincere apology to Mr. Dumas. I begin by echoing that. Nothing I say today can change the injury to Mr. Dumas, nor should it undermine the anguish that he endured. But we're at a point today where Mr. Gonzalez feels deep, sincere remorse, regret, and it's motivated him to do good moving forward. This is not an angry man before the board today. This is a man who's taken the pain he's endured with the loss of time with his own son, with the loss of his liberty, and he hasn't turned angry. He's become the man today who tearfully listened to the words of Mr. Dumas. And I really hope that resonates with the board and offers perhaps some solace, even though it can never change the past. Maybe we can offer a little bit of solace today and a little bit of assurance that if he's granted the great privilege of beginning a period of transition, slowly reintegrating into community, that he'll do so a changed man. Today, Mr. Gonzalez appears before this board as a selfless person, a humble man who strives to be a positive role model, and a supportive friend. Those are not my words. They're the words of one of Mr. Gonzalez's enthusiastic references, Ms. Alyssa Cubas. And those are the sentiments that are continually echoed by the people who believe their lives are better because they met Mr. Gonzalez. Mr. Gonzalez has atoned for his actions with great humility, a humility that's evident in the work that he's done. He only has 3 tickets, none involving violence. He's humbly submitted himself to the rules and expectations of the institution, remaining ticket-free for 15 years. As I've noted, Mr. Gonzalez desires never to hurt another person again. And his work in alternatives to violence is a tribute to his lifelong commitment to maintaining peace, both within himself and among others. Mr. Gonzalez had the humility to show up to work every day as a janitor. Not literally every day, but when he showed up, he had the humility to show up and do a good, honest job. Staff continually report that he was a good worker, a good employee. They report that he displayed great work ethic with attention to detail. They even report that he would cover extra shifts beyond his scope of duty. Mr. Gonzalez showed humility in acknowledging his past struggles with substance use. He engaged in Tier 2, where he candidly reflected on his personal experiences. He humbly acknowledges that maintaining sobriety is a lifelong process, one that he does not take lightly. Mr. Gonzalez has humbly reflected on the actions that brought him here today and humbly accepts full responsibility. And he had the humility to even break down in tears and allow him to feel the pain that Mr. Dumas felt. He will be the first to tell you, Mr. Gonzalez will be the first to tell you that his actions were wrong, unjustified, and never should be repeated. He's even had the humility to recognize that his actions impacted people beyond Mr. Dumas, his family, impacted Mr. Dumas's sons, his grandkids. He understands that, and he's had the humility to come to terms with that. It's perhaps no coincidence that Mr. Gonzalez now channels his grief and humility and sincerity in a way that makes him naturally gravitate toward being a positive influence. DOC staff saw his potential and encouraged him to become a recovery coach. Upon staff recommendation, Mr. Gonzalez completed CCAR's nationally recognized substance use recovery coaching program. He learned how to help people who are seeking both to recover from addiction and to commit themselves to leading good, productive, sober lives. He will maintain those connections as he goes into the community. His recovery coach, Missy Zaza, noted that there will be opportunities for him to connect with the local CCAR center. He can volunteer there, and he can take further courses. And as Mr. Gonzalez will be the first to tell you, he's eager to do whatever he can to do good. He's going to be someone who embraces any opportunity that's in front of him. If it's a chance to find a path forward, a good path forward, Mr. Gonzalez is going to pursue it. And his work in the recovery coach program is a tribute to that. Mr. Gonzalez didn't just casually complete this program. Staff report that he demonstrates great insight into the Recovery Coach Academy curriculum and presents with genuine motivation to pursue recovery coaching as a career in the community. And I'd add this, Mr. Gonzalez recognizes that this work can save lives. And I'd really like to impress that on the board, how far he's come. Mr. Gonzalez did not have a caring, nurturing childhood. He was on a bad path in life. and he began his sentence as an angry, despairing adolescent. He initially looked at his 30-year sentence as the end of his life, but as he grew and matured, he began to make his time here meaningful and impactful. That's through humility and perseverance. He's come to a point where he now wants to engage in life-saving work. And Mr. Gonzalez has already taken steps to position himself to be lead a good, sober, productive life. To use parole as an opportunity to position himself for success. 4 years of parole, he'll be in far greater shape after 4 years of parole, after utilizing several supports. He'll be in far greater shape than if he were to just simply end his sentence and be left to kind of figure it out on his own. And Mr. Gonzalez, as I mentioned, already met with his CCAR recovery coach, Ana Maria Isaza. I don't know for sure, but she may even be listening to this hearing today because she said she's going to be staying apprised of his situation. And she's going to be ready and available to connect him with resources that include searching for jobs. She knows of a Department of Labor program that will help Mr. Gonzalez find employers who hire persons with felony records. She's ready, willing, and able to help him with that. And she's met with him and she's spoken with him several times. She's ready to help him. And in her reference letter, which I provided to the board, Ms. Izaza accounts that Mr. Gonzalez has shown a relentless solution focus toward creating change within himself. And that's where change begins. It begins within ourselves. And she further notes in her letter that Mr. Gonzalez is committed to empowering Connecticut communities. His connections with CCAR can help a lot of people. And I think Mr. Gonzalez is ready, eager, and willing to help whoever comes before him. Mr. Gonzalez also recognizes that mental health treatment will be an integral part of his continued success. He's already connected with Wheeler Clinic's transitional case management. He's even had a meeting with Megan. So if he's granted parole, all he has to do is go to the nearest Wheeler Clinic and they'll be ready to connect him with a case manager and ample mental health resources. And if Wheeler doesn't service the particular area, they'll connect him with someone who does. So in summary, Mr. Gonzalez committed his crime when he was 19 years old. A 19-year-old who had himself endured years of neglect, abuse, and trauma. As a consequence for his actions, Mr. Gonzalez has now spent most of his life incarcerated, most of his life atoning for what he did as a misguided, struggling teenager. Now at age 44, Mr. Gonzalez is a man of maturity, accountability, and humility. He's also a man of great perseverance, who does not take lightly the privilege that he could be granted today, a privilege to atone for his actions by positively contributing to his community. Mr. Gonzalez's DOC counselors believe in him. His recovery coach believes in him. The people whose lives he positively impacted believe in him. Mr. Gonzalez now humbly asks this board to look upon him mercifully, to believe that parole will be the foundation he needs for the better life he longs to live. On behalf of Mr. Gonzalez, I respectfully request that the board grant him parole to a halfway house. And I'm confident that this placement will position him for success while benefiting the community and all who encounter him. On a personal note, it's been a pleasure working with Mr. Gonzalez. I admire his perseverance. I admire his courage. I admire his humility. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we will now deliberate and we'll give you our decision in just a few moments. Mr. Rodriguez?
input from the victim was very.
I think you probably need to speak up just a little bit.
Oh, sorry. Impact from the victim, very, very powerful in this. It's happened to him. It's just unimaginable, to be perfectly honest with you. I can't even imagine. Instead of people living with that.
At 30 years of age.
Yeah. And with a family. And so I have to acknowledge that Mr. Gonzalez has taken some programming, got a sponsor, he's in CCAR. He seems to be going, in a pretty good direction right now, and headed in a positive direction. I'm challenged by the nature of this offense and the impact on the victim and his family. So at this moment, I am not supportive of this.
Okay. Ms. Turner?
So what we got today was a real act of grace from Mr. DeMoss, that he, enduring all he has and all the losses associated with this vicious attack, believes in second chances. Where he can pull that out from, I commend him, because I'm struggling. So the fact that he is leaving the decision up to us, I want to message very importantly to Mr. Dumas that my vote today is based on the fact that Mr. Gonzalez got a flat sentence and he's been down 24 years and he would otherwise be transitioning all on his own. And I think in the interest of public safety, supervision to hopefully ensure a successful transition and reentry into our society with a positive path is really in everyone's best interest. It doesn't escape me that 1 month before his sentence modification was denied, he received a letter about today's hearing. So we're talking about September of 2023. And it was at that point that he took Voices, Tier 2, and became a CCAR recovery coach. Between the 2016 Alternatives to Violence and the recent work he's undertaken, there was employment. That's about it that I could see. We see so many people in this position who have actively given back during their incarceration. Throughout their incarceration. And it's disappointing as he reconciled himself with the cost of his crime and the impact on the victim's life that he didn't step up way sooner is discouraging. I want to put on the record a couple of things. In the pre-sentence investigation from 2002, the victim in his sharing said that the court's offer to serve 30 years is realistic and he hopes there's no reduction in that sentence. So what today shows me is that Mr. Dumas has grown as a human being, given all the challenges and losses, vacations, dreams that he has suffered. He can still come out on top and say, I believe in second chances. That just humbles me. And I want to also say, contrary to what Mr. Gonzalez portrays today and in his interview, that Mr. Dumas's life was saved by his friend who was a police officer who drove by while Mr. Dumas was pumping gas or oil and standing on the sidewalk. And he came back to say hello and found his friend laying in the driveway, bleeding and near death from 2 unconscionable strikes to the head with a metal bat for a mere $200 to $300 that he had on him from the oil deliveries he had done that day. So he describes this friend as an angel, a guardian angel, and he was. There is no indication in the police report that Mr. Gonzalez suggested to anyone to call 911. The witnesses took it upon themselves to place that call, horrified by what they saw happen to this man out of nowhere. So the fact that Mr. Gonzalez scores low on both instruments for his risk to reoffend, and the fact that the victim has afforded him the grace, I will be voting to grant, in the interest of public safety, discretionary parole release to Mr. Gonzalez with the hope that he does invest in giving back to our state and the community for the harm that he has caused.
Thank you, Ms. Turner. So I would also be granting in favor of discretionary parole today, primarily for the issue of public safety. Mr. Gonzalez was 19 years old. He has not had very many skills, was not in the community long enough to have some sort of employment history. He does have some support in the community, but he will need not only the supervision of parole at this time, but he'll need the resources to be successful and to be productive. I do think, as has been pointed out, that he has addressed some of his needs already through Wheeler Clinic and through CCAR. I think those will be beneficial to him upon discharge. But and the fact that he has 3 disciplinary reports does show offender change and an ability to control his behaviors. So I would also be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. He has a flat sentence with no community supervision. So I do feel very strongly it is in the best interest of public safety that Mr. Gonzalez have some supervision in the community. So conditions, halfway house, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with the victim, obviously. Anything else? Anger management. Okay, Ms. Turner, thank you for that. All right, so in the matter of William Gonzalez, 287-856, there's a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, December 16, 2024, with the following stipulations. Halfway house placement, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, community-based treatment for anger management, and no contact with the victim, JD. Do I have a second?
Second.
All those in favor? Aye. All right, so you're going to go in favor. Thank you, Mr. Rodriguez. All right, Mr. Gonzalez, you've been voted discretionary parole. We are very encouraged that you have some resources already in place and that you will follow through, because truly it is Mr. Dumas's act of grace played very heavily into today's decision.
Thank you.
Best of luck.
Thank you.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Dumas, for being with us today.
Thank you.
This concludes the Public Act 23-169 hearing for William Gonzalez for 287-856, and it is 1:29. Everybody, we're gonna get started shortly. Let's just be a few moments.
Examine. Nobody. So you're not doing any more of these unless it's you, Catherine. Well, I don't think straight. Okay, what? I don't have my glasses on. Oh, yeah, look at that.
Just to let you know, before we get started, the microphone is on, so everything is streaming to the public
Thank you.
before the panel begins.
Thank you. That's one thing you get it for a short visit, but something like this, they should promise. Sure, sir. Like, you would even look to the copy for it. No.
Good afternoon, my name is Parole Officer Weinderson. Today is Monday, December 16th, 2024, and this is the Public Act 23-169 hearing of the Connecticut Board of Paroles. For the record, Mr. Torres, State of Connecticut passed and made effective October 1st of 2023, the Public Act 23-169. This is an act concerning parole eligibility for an individual serving a lengthy sentence for a crime committed before the individual reached the age of 21 and criminal history records erasure. You fall under this act, and this means you are under the age of 21. The board shall give great weight to diminished abilities of juveniles compared to adults. The hallmark features of youth and any subsequent growth and maturity displayed while reviewing computability today. Following board members are present this afternoon, and by stating their names on the record, certified they do all statutorily required documents and available for information preparation of this hearing.
Good afternoon, Deborah Smith Palmieri.
Good afternoon, Councilmember Rodriguez.
Nancy Turner.
Also present
Request
this
from the State
afternoon.
Attorney's Office.
All right, also present this afternoon, we have Attorney Evan Burvich. If you could please state your name, juris number, and inmate, or I'm sorry, name, juris number, and business address for the record, please.
Yes, good afternoon, Evan Parzik, Assistant Public Defender. Juris number is 441187. Business address is 55 Farmington Avenue, 8th floor, Hartford, Connecticut.
Thank you. And for the record, the other individual that is in the room with you as well, if you can also please state your name for the record, please.
Yeah, Louis Montagna, social worker for the public defenders at Hartford JD, 101 Lafayette Street, and Hartford.
Thank you very much. Also present, we have State's Attorney Maura Coyne. Attorney Coyne, if you could also please state your name, juris number, and business address for the record.
Yes, Maura Coyne, State's Attorney's Office, 1061 Main Street, Bridgeport, 413916.
Thank you very much. Mr. Torres, can you please state your name and inmate number for the record?
My name is Geraldo Torres. Let me know which one. 191627.
Thank you. This is a public hearing in accordance with Chapter 14 Freedom of Information Act, a Connecticut General Statute 1-200, which applies to this procedure. Mr. Torres, if you have any questions concerning the above, please bring your questions to the attention of the panel at this time. Again, this is a public hearing. Do you have any questions, and are you willing to proceed?
No. I won't be willing to proceed.
Okay, thank you. As previously stated, this is a Public Act 23-169 hearing being conducted in consideration of the parole application for Geraldo Torres, inmate number 191627. Mr. Torres is serving a sentence of 94 years, followed by 3 years of probation for murder, attempted murder, conspiracy to commit murder, 2 counts of no pistol permit, sale of hallucinogen narcotic, 2 counts of sale of controlled substance, along with assault in the 3rd degree. There's no victim input in this case. There is an offender accountability plan in place that has been reviewed and shows that he has completed the following programs, which include Beyond Fear, Alternatives to Violence, Anger Management, Tier 2, Good Intentions, Bad Choices, Embracing Fatherhood, the Honor Program. He's reportedly having completed Thresholds and People Empowering People. And Department of Correction records also indicate he's currently participating in Voices and maintains a job assignment. Utilizing this statewide collaborative offender risk evaluation system, the offender's overall score on the RT falls within the low range risk for recidivism. Mr. Torres, this is now your opportunity to express to the board why you believe you should be granted parole, and you may begin.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I would like to start by thanking the Board of Pardons and Parole for giving me this opportunity. If I may, I would like to express how sorry I am to the victim's family and to the surviving victims. It is horrible that a young child lost his life that night. Although I was present on the scene, I have always said that I was not one of the shooters and that I did not have a gun that night. Even still, I feel remorse for how I behaved before I came to prison. I fully accept responsibility for my negative and illegal behaviors. I was immature, reckless, and I now understand that by carrying a gun and selling drugs, I put others in harm's way. I have no one to blame but myself for making the bad choices that put me there that night. I have shown remorse by giving back and being a mentor to other inmates so they don't reoffend. I also want to apologize to my family, especially my mother, for the pain and suffering I put them through my incarceration. I want to apologize to my community for my selfish and reckless behavior. I am truly sorry that the young victim was killed that night. Not to make any excuses, but I had a very bad childhood because of the abuse I witnessed and experienced in my home. I really respected my father, who was a Bridgeport police officer, but he turned out to be a bad guy. I was so young that I can't remember everything before he went to prison for killing someone. The trauma that I witnessed is burned into my memories. In one incident that I clearly remember, I was with my mother when a guy jumped out of the bushes and tried to grab her purse. When she refused to give him the purse, he grabbed me instead. She let go of her purse, which the man took and ran off with. When we got home, my mother told my father what happened. I remember father punched my mother in the face and split her eyebrow open. Other times I saw him beat my mother with his gun and baton. When I got older, my mother told me the whole truth of the abuse that she and I suffered, and that my father was a drug abuser. Due to the challenges I faced at home, like domestic violence, I was doing poorly in school. I always struggled and made grades. I always struggled and my grades were D's and F's. After my mother divorced my father and he went to prison, we were very poor. My mother struggled to make ends meet
My mother struggled to make ends meet for years. My condition at school was so stressful. I recall other kids saying mean things like, "You're wearing secondhand clothes and Salvation Army clothes." Today, I know all the violence and trauma that I experienced affected my development. It didn't help that I had never had a positive male role model while growing up. I ended up dropping out of school while in the 6th grade at Hall School in Bridgeport. I began my worst behavior after I dropped out. I hung out in the street with self-destructive people who sold drugs and carried guns. Soon I started selling drugs myself. The criminal lifestyle gave me the disguise of a better appearance, and I fell into that trap. I started wearing nice clothes and gold jewelry, and the girls who once rejected me started noticing me. I felt big and important. I failed to realize all the harm I was causing, and that the path I was taking would lead me to one or two places, prison or cemetery. At the age of 15, I was shot 3 times. I also saw one of my friends get killed due to street gun violence. Excuse me. As a result, I started to carry guns myself. I am so sorry that I failed to see the downward spiral that led me to June 26, 1991. On that night, I was hanging out with friends at the corner of Halley and Jane Street. We were drinking and smoking marijuana while making drug sales. I know that I helped create the atmosphere that caused the victim's death, and I fully accept responsibility for that. I am so sorry and remorseful for what happened. The childhood history that I have shared with the board members does not justify my poor decisions and the worst actions of my life. It is not intended for that. I share my story to let you know what influenced my mental development and to give this board a way to measure my change for the better. While incarcerated, I have taken many self-programs with the goal to become a better person. So if I am ever given a second chance, I will live a safe, productive, and moral life and be a positive member of society. I would like to explain my journey of self-growth and rehabilitation over the past 33 years in prison. I came to prison as a misguided 19-year-old who thought I knew everything and no one could tell me anything. There were many bumps along the way in the beginning of my incarceration. I was still in survival mode, and I was very young in the environment of people who thought they never had a chance to go home. Sorry about that. And I was one of them. I want to say that, yes, I had 49 DRs in my 33 years in prison, and I fully accept responsibility for my action. But most are from when I first came to prison. Throughout everything, I was doing progress, and I achieved my 8th grade diploma. I also always held a job and am a hard worker. About 15 years ago, a correctional officer pulled me to the side and said, "Mr. Torres, why don't you put to good use the gift you have to speak to the younger guys and help them realize that education and programming will help them better themselves?" That moment made me want to change my life. 8 years ago was my last DR, and I said never ever will I turn back to the old me. Today I am a changed man who takes life seriously. I apply what I learned in my programs to help myself and also others. Due to my good behavior, I live in Cheshire Honor Program. Honor stands for honesty, ownership, nobility, obligation, and respect. Inmates are specifically chosen by staff to be housed there due to good behavior, among other things. The programs I took throughout my incarceration helped me and taught me to deal with violence, conflict, anger, and trauma. They have helped me grow as a person. Some of the programs that had the biggest impact on me are Anger Management, Voices, AVP, and AVP Advanced. I want to give a brief example of an incident that happened about 2 years ago while I was at McDougal, CI. I was sitting in the medical waiting area, waiting to be seen by the doctor, and a guy attacked me out of nowhere and broke my nose. I stayed calm instead of fighting back like the old me would have done. I held him to calm him down. By utilizing what I learned in these programs, like self-control and breathing techniques, I was able to remain calm. I now see how far I have come along. At Cheshire, I volunteer for the orientation program every week. I help pass out the orientation packages and pens and help those who don't understand English fill out their packages. I make all the copies and put all the orientation paperwork together. Since coming to prison, I have attended school, but due to my learning disabilities, I have always struggled. I had to work to improve my English. It took me 3 years to get my 8th grade diploma. I love helping my classmates that face the same challenges that I do. I mentor them by translating Spanish to English between students and teachers. It is rewarding to help those around me, especially consider how many help me and continue to help me as I work on getting my GED. From all the support I have in here and on the outside, I feel confident I will get my GED. If I am released on parole, I will sign up for adult education right away. I know getting my GED will help me get my CDL. I also understand that education is very important so that I can get a better paying job, have less stress, and a better life overall. For my reentry plan, I want this board to know that I have a clear idea of what I want and where I want to go. I feel that I have made enough positive progress to re-enter society at this time. I have both short and long-term goals. In the short term, I need to get my birth certificate and social security card. I will also make an appointment to get my state ID. My social worker, Mr. Montagna, will help me with all of this and anything else I need to get on my feet. I'm going to work for my future father-in-law, Mr. Carl Johansson, who owns Bojack Manufacturing. Excuse me. If parole grant my release, I will ask to live with my fiancée, Christy, who will be my sponsor. I've known Christy for 15 years, and we have been dating for 10 years. I will go to a halfway house if the board thinks that would be better for me. Mr. Montagna also found 2 programs near my fiancée house that can offer me therapy. Southern Connecticut Behavioral Health and Thrive Works. I also want to go to AA and NA meetings if I get out. There are at least 3 different churches near Christie's house that holds meetings. Woolmont United Church of Christ, United Presbyterian Church, and St. Peter's. My long-term goals include getting my CDL license. I also want to be a mentor in the community and do work helping kids with autism. Christy 2 boys have autism, and I love helping them. I also want to continue my relationship with my mother. Excuse me. She is 70 years old and has breast cancer that has spread throughout her bones. She lives in Puerto Rico, and I will talk to her with FaceTime and video calls as much as I can if I am released. Once again, I want to thank the board for allowing me the opportunity to be here today. I would like to ask you to please review and consider my entire journey, effort for change. Today, I'm a different man than I was when I came in as a 19-year-old misguided, troubled young man. I have many tools to become a productive and law-abiding citizen. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Torres. You were very well prepared today. I get a sense that you sort of know what what we want to hear about. You know, offender change, some examples of that. You did a very nice job in your research into what's available to you in the community. Also comes across. Thank you for that. We're going to be asking you some questions. When we're done with our questioning, we have no input from victim services today. And then we will then hear from the state's attorney, your attorney, and then we will deliberate. Okay? Any questions?
No, ma'am.
All right. Panel member Turner is going to begin with the questions this afternoon.
Good afternoon, Mr. Torres.
Good afternoon, ma'am.
So, your case in the murder, attempted murder, and conspiracy murder went to trial, correct?
Correct.
And you were found guilty.
Correct.
And you continue to deny that you committed the shooting in which this 7-year-old was killed. I have all that correct?
Yes, ma'am.
And there was a prior shooting in September of 1990. You didn't do that either?
No, ma'am.
Were you in possession of a firearm then? Because you were inside a pool room?
I did not have a gun that night.
Where did you get the firearms you acquired in the community?
For neighborhood acquaintances.
I can't hear you.
Excuse me, from neighborhood acquaintance.
So friends were giving you guns or were you buying them?
Buying them.
So you got 85 years and then 5 more for the no pistol permit charges. So you have a 94-year sentence and you served 34 years?
Right.
Almost 34 years?
Right.
So you've been in other state prisons on this bid, correct?
Right.
Okay, Arizona, Massachusetts, Virginia.
Correct.
So in 2011, you were moved out of state. Where did you go?
Massachusetts.
Is that the attempted impeding order DR that you got?
Correct.
Okay, so why don't you tell us what you were doing? You were identified as recruiting and conspiring with other inmates to boycott the chow line, commissary, and the phone system. Why?
They identified 18 of us. That day they came in and locked 18 of us up, accusing us from what you just said about acting recruiting members, people to not use the phone and all that.
And were you involved?
I was one of the guys I was accused. Yes, and they accused me, and I went to SEG and they shipped us out of state.
Mr. Torres, my question was whether you were involved, not whether you were accused.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay,
yes, ma'am.
Why?
Being ignorant. Best I could put it, I was ignorant.
Well, what was going on in the prison at the time that you felt you needed to be party to this insurrection?
I think it had to do with how the prison, to my recollection, I think it had to do with the food that they were serving at the time and the price of the commissary. I guess
the choices in the commissary?
The prices in commissary.
Prices, okay.
I apologize.
No, I'm just trying to understand clearly. So there was some indication from federal law enforcement that you were involved with drug dealings in the Bridgeport area as an enforcer. Is there any truth to that?
I was a drug dealer.
Mm-hmm. For the Aguilar family?
No, ma'am. I never was convicted with anything to do with them.
I'm not asking you about whether you were convicted, sir. I'm asking about whether you were involved.
Not with the Aguilar, no. I did sell drugs, yes, ma'am, but I was not involved with the Aguilar.
Was there another crime family you were working for?
Neighborhood. In the neighborhood, selling drugs with the rest of the neighborhood guys.
Did you serve a role or were you employed as an enforcer?
Oh, ma'am. I was just a drug dealer, a low-level drug dealer, selling in the corner.
Where did you meet your fiance?
I met her about 15 years ago by a mutual friend.
I'm going to ask you to be more specific. So this was someone you were incarcerated with, introduced you to her?
No. A friend of mine's in the street by the name of Jessica. She was in the car with her, and I said, "Who's that?" And she was my friend Christy. And I was like, tell her I said hi. And then from there on, she introduced me to her. Hey, this is my friend Geraldo. This is Christy. And then from there, a few other times, she was in the car with her when I called Jessica and we spoke. And then from there on, we hit it on. So I asked her, can I get her phone number? And 15 years later, we're together.
But you haven't spent time with her in the community?
No, ma'am. I met her while in prison.
So you were present when this shooting took place, but you were identified by multiple witnesses, including the driver of the vehicle, as a shooter. So why do you think that happened if you were just there?
They misidentified me, you know. The two people that identified me, they misidentified me that night. I did not have a gun that night, and I did not shoot that night.
And they were willing to come to court and testify that it was you.
Right.
Under oath.
Right.
But it was mistaken identity.
Yes, ma'am.
So you're working with the Innocence Project? Did I read that?
Correct.
Okay, I thought they only dealt with DNA related cases.
Not to my knowledge, no. They deal with other crimes.
So what are they doing for you at present?
They working with the integrity unit on my conviction.
How long have they been involved in your case?
For a couple of years now.
You're currently in the Voices program?
Yes, I'll finish that tomorrow. And tomorrow's the
You
last day.
mentioned it as one of the programs that was most impactful. How so?
Good intention, bad choices, and Voices. It taught me the trauma, the impact that the trauma was on the victims. You know, for instance, like the lifelong trauma that they endure, not just them, but their family, the community. The videos that I was shown, that we've seen in Good Intention, Bad Choices and Voices, was what did it for me. And once I seen them, the victim expressing, you know, what they went through and everything, it was very, very touching. It made me understand, you know, what they endured, you know. And specifically, like one incident when a young lady was hitchhiking in one of the videos, and a serial killer picked her up and chopped her hands off. That was real touching, real moving to me. And I was like, it brought me to tears when I seen that.
Did
The
it
lifelong-
teach you that every crime has a victim?
Repeat that again, ma'am. Sorry.
Did the program teach you that every crime has a victim?
Yes.
So in your possession of a firearm without a pistol permit, who were the victims?
In this case,
In your conviction for possessing a firearm without a permit, who were the victims?
I believe the victim was William Steed Jr., Hector Gonzalez.
Okay, I'm not expressing the question correctly.
I apologize.
In your earlier conviction, or your earlier, where you were found in possession of a firearm before this shooting in which the child was killed.
Okay.
Okay, you got arrested.
Right.
You were in the community. Who were the victims in that case?
I think it was a gentleman by the name of David Pereira. If I'm not mistaken.
I think that the victims were the community itself.
Oh, I apologize. I misunderstood the question. Apologize.
Yeah.
Well, you're correct.
So why don't you share with me, in the time that you were out in the community, around the age of 19, and you did offer an apology to your community, talk to me about the harm that you caused by the choices that you were making in the community, both to sell drugs and to carry firearms.
It was my reckless actions. Selling drugs, it was reckless. Carrying guns, it was reckless. Back then, I didn't know the harm I was
Well, it was
causing.
illegal, but I'm talking about the harm to the community.
Selling drugs to the community, it was harm because the effect it had on the family, on the child, on everybody around, you know.
These guns that you were acquiring, did you have any training on how to use them?
No, ma'am.
Go to the firing range?
No, ma'am.
Take a gun class, gun safety class?
No, ma'am.
That's what I'm talking about in terms of the harm caused to the community. You were illegally in the possession of a firearm you had no training on how to use.
Correct.
Okay. And just by having it on you, you put the entire community in danger.
Correct.
And you're right, you know, selling drugs to people harms them, harms their family members, has quite a ripple effect, and, you know, is predatory. Because were you using the kind of drugs you were selling? Cocaine and marijuana, you use those?
Sometimes.
So, you know, when you sell drugs to the community to line your own pockets, you're exploiting people suffering with an addiction, and it's predatory, right? Because they're vulnerable and they're. So any of your contraband tickets there in the facility involve drugs, alcohol?
No, ma'am. No, ma'am.
Yeah, you have an intox ticket.
Oh, yeah, one. My bad. Yes, one.
But none of your contraband involved drugs or alcohol, or Bruno?
Nah, they were just miscellaneous stuff like a broken nail clipper that you didn't have the thing or stuff like
I'm
that.
not really sure that that's accurate because they were Class A contraband tickets. So
One of
that's
them
not
was for
usually
having.
an A.
One was
ticket.
for having too many stamps and I forgot how many stamps envelopes I had.
So you manage your anger by talking to your family Get people on the phone when you're feeling frustrated.
Right.
What other ways have you learned to manage your anger?
By talking to other people that are around me, like people that like taking anger management, and also talking to my mentors in the honor program and other programs that I done took, and older generals than me, you know, talk to them about if I had a problem, I come to them and instead of reacting.
So, Mr. Torres, do you have any other strategies other than talking that you use to manage your feelings?
I used to listen to music. I used to my breathing technique, meditate.
You journal?
I used to, and I stopped.
Sounds like a lot of these are things that you don't do anymore.
It's not that I don't do. I could still continue practicing the meditation, all that, the breathing techniques, and all that.
Because, you know, you got to have a lot of tools in your toolbox to manage your emotions.
Correct.
People aren't always available. You could be awake at 3 a.m, having trouble falling back to sleep, and it's not appropriate to call somebody necessarily. Unless it's, you know, addiction related. And so you have engaged in vocational training, commercial cleaning, serve safe.
Correct.
You've are you still a hallway worker?
Correct.
Okay. And you are a COVID ambassador.
Correct.
Thank you for doing that work, helping to keep people safe during the pandemic there in the facility, encouraging people to get vaccinated. Were you a cleaner as well?
No, not in this facility. When I was at McDougal before, I was a biohazard cleaner when I worked in medical. I'm certified for that too.
Yeah, but that wasn't during COVID, was it?
No. Oh yeah. We did. When as a tierman, yes, ma'am. My apology. We used to clean the block, and whoever moved out that had COVID, we had to go in there and clean the cells.
So why don't you tell me what being a part of the honor program has meant to you?
Honor program mean a lot to me. Number one, it's a space where you could sit down with your peers and express your feelings, your emotions, what you've been through. We hold groups in where we talk about how our childhood was. I take advantage of the guys that help us with our GEDs, the tutors. We got tutors in the block, and they sit with us and help us out. And I try to participate in every program I can in there. I also help mentors other guys, the younger and the elders.
Do you think you've been able to overcome your childhood?
I think so. Even though it's, you know, at times I sit back and I wish I had a father figure in my life, you know. I wish I had a father figure in my life growing up instead of not having one, you know. So have I overcame my, yeah, to some extent, yes.
Were you ever able to talk to your mom about the abuse that you witnessed she suffered?
Yes, ma'am.
Important part of processing those childhood traumas. So how do you feel about, what are your feelings about being incarcerated?
You know, it's hard. I came in, apologize. I came in at the age of 19 years old. Today I'm 52 years old, about to be 53. So I spent all my life in prison so far. And I try to take it day by day, you know. Some days are easy, some days are harder than others.
But I'm asking you about your feelings.
I feel being in prison. Not a good feeling. Being in prison for 34 years, you know. It's not a place where I want to be.
And I don't think anyone would say that they want to be where you are. But, you know, you're asserting to us that you didn't commit the crimes for which you're serving most of your sentence. And so I'm wondering what your feelings are about having 33 years of your life taken from you, if you honestly believe you're innocent.
Right. It's like I said, every day it's a challenge, you know. This has been hard on me, been hard on my health. I got heart problems and all that. And
I guess I'm trying to ask you to describe hard. Are you angry? Are you frustrated? Are you depressed? Are you at peace? How are you feeling?
right now I'm more at peace in myself because I forgave the people that put me in jail. You know, for me to have healing, I had to start by forgiving others. You know.
So why do you think they were so certain it was you? Do you think they went to court and they lied?
I could say this, that they wrongly accused me, and I think it was because of the people.
But you think they did it deliberately, intentionally fingered you?
Yes.
So why?
Because the people that I associated with.
I don't know what that means.
Because of my other co-defenders.
They didn't implicate them?
Yes.
So you got fingered along with your co-defendants. Is that what you're saying? You got swept up in the whole, okay.
Yes.
Well, I'm glad to see that you are making some efforts at giving back. You want to go to your fiance's home. Do you have any employment leads?
Yes, ma'am. I'll be working for her father, Mr. Carl Johansson. He owns Bojack Manufacturing Company. They specialize on high-rise fires systems. If when I start working there, I would, if parole grants me parole, and when I get out, I start working there, I will be putting the PC some PC on the PC boards, soldering some pieces on the PC boards that will be for the
actual
fire system.
manufacturing. Mm-hmm.
Yes, ma'am.
So why do you want to get a CDL? And how do you get a CDL if you don't have a high school diploma?
Correct. When if granted parole, I will be attending adult education like ASAP as soon as I get out. And once I complete that, then that's when I want to get my CDL. And to answer your question, why I want to get it, because my brother Miguel does that, and he's been doing it for 27 years. And I see the good living that he has, you know, by driving trucks. Yeah. It's a good paying career.
So you've been in school there at the various facilities 5 years? You've been working on your GED?
Correct. On this last time, yes.
Have you taken any of the 4 tests?
No, ma'am, because my teachers feel like I wasn't
Ready?
ready enough.
Well, you know, you owe it to yourself to get your GED. It's a foundation on which you can build the rest of your life. So you know, it's hard work. You've been out of school for a long time, but it's an important step for your future.
Right.
I don't think at this time I have any more questions for Mr. Torres, so thank you for talking with me. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Mr. Rodriguez? Okay, Mr. Torres, I have a couple of follow-up questions. So Ms. Turner asked you a little bit about the anger management program, and I have that you've taken it 2 times. You took it in Virginia in 1999, so you were about 25. I'm just doing some rough math. And that you took it again at McDougall. Am I wrong? No? Okay. Then you took it again in 2007. So you were 34. Why did you take it again?
I took it the second time because even though I took it the first time, I want to do a second time to really I wanted to get more out of it, what I could have gotten out of it to better myself.
Okay, that's a good answer. So tell me, as being a little bit older and taking it the second time, I know it was a while ago, what do you think you got out of it the second time that's helped you?
Well, after taking the second time, now I don't react to how I used to. Like today, I'm a better listener. I'm a better communicator. You know, I've seen things differently than what I used to, you know?
I do. Okay, so let's talk about that for a quick minute. So why is it important? Why will it help you to be a better communicator, a better listener? How is that going to be useful in the community? Or how is it useful to you now?
For one, it made me a better person. 2, I will use it in the community because it's in the community, when you get out, you will be able to, you probably face the same challenges out there, more challenges than here. So by you being a better listener and a better server and all that, you could communicate better with people out there, you know?
Okay. What are you most proud of? What do you think your biggest accomplishment through these 33 years of incarceration has been?
Changed my life around. That's what I'm real proud of. The person that I am today, I am not that 19-year-old misguided trouble kid that was. Today I'm a 52-year-old man that knows what he wants. He in a better place mentally and physically. Well, physically I'm not good because I got heart problems, but I'm in a better place today than I was when I first came into prison. I got the tools necessary that have given me a second chance to be successful in the community.
Okay. What does it mean to be successful in the community? What does that look like for you? I'm going to say successful, productive and successful. What does that look like for you?
Being a productive member of society, giving back to the community.
We say that all the time, though. What is it?
Say that again?
I mean, people say that all the time. It's almost like it's just a phrase. What does it mean to you to be successful? How do you see yourself as successful in the community?
Doing charity work, doing charity work, helping others in any way, shape, or form I can. Like I said, giving back to the community.
I also, it is part of being productive and successful is working, taking care of yourself, taking care of your family, not getting, not breaking the law.
Right, that's the first things. Take care of myself first.
Right, those are the basics, right? And
yes, ma'am.
we hear so often, you know, about giving back once you're in the community. And I always think it's important. Of course, we want to hear that. Of course, you know, we know a lot of individuals who've done a lot of time in jail who do get out there and work with a lot of organizations that talk to the young kids. But before you do that, you have to be productive and stable and successful yourself.
Right.
You know, I know that you went to trial and you said that you were not involved in this particular incident. Do you think that a person can be rehabilitated if they don't take responsibility?
I think they could.
Okay.
I think if they show otherwise, yes, ma'am. If they do the programs and do everything he's supposed to, yes, ma'am.
And you have taken a lot of programs in Connecticut and at the other facilities that you've been at. And you've been in Virginia, Massachusetts. Was there a third state you were in? Arizona. And you've done programs in all 3 states. Why do you keep doing programs? You have a 94-year sentence. Why has it been important for you to do programs?
Because an elder gentleman at one time told me back in 90, I think it was 93, roughly 93, 94, he said, just because you got a lengthy sentence, that don't mean that you could stop from bettering yourself. You know, you could continue doing programs so you could become a better person, you know, so you could better yourself, you know, so that stuff threw me in anywhere and everywhere I go. Matter of fact, today, my counselor came to me and asked me if I want to be a part of a program that she's starting tomorrow, financial literacy. And I was like, sure. So, and I don't have to do that, but I'm always want to do programs so I could better myself, so I could learn something, so I could have the necessary tools if I ever get the second chance to go to society, that I had those tools.
So what do you think when you see yourself out of jail and in the community? What do you think will be difficult? What do you see as being some of the difficulties?
Adjusting. I'm not gonna lie. Being in prison for 33 years, you know, it's not like you're gonna go out there. It's gonna be I know it's not gonna be a walk in the park, but with the support I have from my fiance, her father, my family members, I will be successful. I know if I have any problems, I run into any problems, I could call my caseworker, Louis Montagna, at any time. I know I will call my parole officer if I have to at any given time, and even my lawyer if I have to. I will reach out to people.
Yeah. Okay. What kind of programs do you think will be helpful? Help with you getting back and adjusting to being home?
One, mental health. As I spoke to my casework, I want to give mental health counseling, because like I said, being in prison for 33 and a half years, I came at the age of 19. I'm well aware that I'm gonna need some counseling. So that's one of them. Also, I want to do AANA just so I can continue that recovery path.
It's a very supportive environment as well. You know, it's another kind of a safe zone to find yourself. Anything else?
Yeah, I'm gonna work and whatever time I have, you know, available, I want to do it doing productive things like giving back to the community, volunteering. One of the things I want to do is work with autism kids, because my fiance's kids got autism, and I get along real good with them and we communicate good. So yes, I want to do some work with kids with autism.
You know, we have I count roughly 15 letters of support, family, friends, friends of your family, correctional officers. So a lot of letters of support. And, you know, the common thread is that they all talk about your change, your maturity, you know, and that respect. And it's hard to read all those letters and then we go back to what you're incarcerated for, right? Not just the case that you went to trial for, but, you know, just this, all the other 2 or 3 cases, you know, gun charges, drug charges, you know, that are run consecutive to this. You know, do you see, have you witnessed that change, or you look back? Let me rephrase that. I'm sorry. Describe yourself for me back then. Give me 3 or 4 words that describes you back then.
Reckless, immature, and they have a care for nothing, I guess.
And today, like you said, you're 52 years old. You've been in jail almost 3 times what you were in the number of years you were in the community.
Correct.
So what kind of man are you coming out of jail?
That's a changed man. I'm not that young. I'm not that young. This guy, the 19-year-old kid that came in, you know, today I got the tools to be successful if granted parole.
Now, if you were to get parole today, by my rough math, that's 24 years of discretionary parole. Then there's 3 years of probation. You know, I mean, that's a lot of supervision. You were on community release when you got arrested on these charges. I know you're much older. What's your plan for getting through parole?
Staying busy, working. Like I said earlier, every time I got free time, it's gonna be doing stuff with my family. Doing charity work. Like I said, I want to do work with the YMCA in Milford. I also want to work with the autism kids. So every time I have a free time, that's why I want to spend my time, so I could keep busy.
Okay. All right, Mr. Torres, thank you for answering all my questions. I appreciate that. We're going to move forward now.
Yes. You don't have any input from services.
Right.
So at this time, we'll speak to the attorneys that are and dealing with state's attorney. Any comments or things to be.
I think I heard state's attorney. Is someone addressing me? Because it was in and out with my microphone.
Yes, sorry about that, but this is now your opportunity to speak and make a statement if you wish to.
Oh, thank you. I'm so sorry. For some reason you went out. Okay. Yes, thank you. Again, I introduced myself, Maura Coyne, from the state's attorney's office in Bridgeport. The defendant has a violent criminal history dating back to 1990 for violence, drugs, firearm possession. The FBI here in the Bridgeport office located him as an enforcer for an organized crime organization. More specifically, he exploited businesses and patrons with the threat of violence. I am assuming that was done with a gun. Of course, I can't prove that. I don't know how else you get people to do things like that for you. And basically the facts are just so egregious. A 7-year-old child is sitting in a car safely with his stepfather and mother and is riddled with bullets into a vehicle. 8 bullet holes were seen. They were from different firearms, from the 40 spent shell casings that came. The victim's stepfather, who would have the perfect bird's eye view, observed 5 males in Spanish say, "Let's do it now." He didn't just single out this defendant, he singled out all 5. They were all arrested. The defendant was not only identified by the victim's father, he was identified as possessing at the scene a semi-automatic firearm that he was using as he shot at his family's vehicle. Another witness who was in a parked vehicle also identified positively this particular defendant. So we're over 3 decades later, he's still denying accountability. I don't know how you express remorse when you don't take accountability. So really, those are just words of empathy. And they're not words of remorse, because you have to take accountability in order to have remorse for your actions, in my opinion. I just cannot believe after all these years, he's still denying his active role in what he did to this child. He does describe his activity as reckless. Again, no accountability for intentional conduct. He does know the difference. The everybody language, I always say, when you say that you use the term everybody, that you think your criminal behavior is affected, you're including yourself. And I do think he's including himself, because he keeps referencing him going back to 19-year-old kid going into prison like himself. But there's also a victim who should be in their early 30s right now, living a lovely life, but is not. So he still maintains his innocence. He's got 49 DOC tickets, 6 of them are for fighting, most recently 2017. I don't consider that so long ago. And he states that an 8-year-old got shot. He doesn't say I shot him, got shot somehow. And he even called himself a witness to the murder. So, which I think is interesting from what he was saying earlier today. He actually put himself on the corner in this report and said he witnessed the shooting while he was on a street corner. I think he said something differently today, but I defer to your judgment. And despite the overwhelming evidence, he continues to persist. I would just indicate too that, and I am like a big advocate of education in prison, out of prison. I'm just from a big educated family and I'm just so into it. But I think in 34 years or whatever, you should be working towards a GED, because I agree with the board. It is the one foundational thing that you can always rest on that will give you something as some sort of a landing if something doesn't work out, whatever his initial plan is. I'm a big believer in that. And I just believe in 34 years, you should have your GED. And I think if you were really wanting to be successful on the outside of the walls of that prison, you would have that GED. I'm not in any way disputing like his efforts to get the 8th grade education. I get it, but education, we all know, is security. And it's also a way to give structure and success to someone's life. I will also indicate that one thing I just wanted to say. Oh, also, he made a lot of comments about his awful childhood. And of course, everyone in society that has a rational mind has empathy towards that. But, awful circumstances doesn't mean that person is ready to live amongst us, or I don't know how else to phrase it. Awful circumstances are terrible. I understand that. And it does sound like he had some awful upbringing, but at the same time, it doesn't mean that it's safe yet for him to live amongst us. And the state does not believe enough has been done for this individual to establish any kind of comfort level that he will not reoffend or commit violent crime in the future. And the only other thing I was going to mention was with the substance abuse. This is the first that he's actually saying that he had a substance abuse. And I know he was taking classes, but when he was doing the report, what I was surprised by was he said the age of 12, he had been drinking, and then he was drinking every day leading up to this incarceration. But then he denied needing any kind of a substance abuse intervention. And then he's saying today that he has substance abuse plans when he gets out. So I don't know. I'll defer to the board. I was confused, but I will leave it there. And that's the state's position, Your Honor.
Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Point. At this time, Attorney Parzak, if you have any comments or final remarks you would like to make, you may do so now.
Yes, thank you. And thank you for giving us this opportunity. So I'll just start by saying, obviously, this was an incomprehensible crime. It was a horrible crime. It was an incredible tragedy that I can't even begin to understand. Mr. Torres, he has always maintained his innocence. He knows being here and saying that he's innocent will not work to his benefit at this time. I know we're not litigating his innocence claim here, far from it. But I want this board to know that my office, the Connecticut Innocence Project, represents Mr. Torres in front of the Conviction Integrity Unit. We had a prior policy years ago that we only took DNA cases, but that hasn't been the case for years now. The gist of the innocence claim is that, so there were 5 co-defendants in this case. 2 of them went to trial immediately after Mr. Torres, and another one went to trial after that. At those trials, 4 separate witnesses, including 2 who were called as state's witnesses, said that Mr. Torres was not one of the shooters. They testified to the same exact thing that Mr. Torres testified to, that a man named Edgar and a man named Ivan were the shooters. Edgar and Ivan were both convicted. Of the 5 co-defendants, 2 of them were found not guilty. Edgar Robles, he received a sentence of 25 years and served 17 years. He's been out of prison for more than a decade at this point. And the point on the later testimony of in the co-defendants trials, Mr. Torres has never been able to present that to a court. He didn't even know about it until I read those transcripts and I told him about what these 4 witnesses said. I also want to note that in this case, he gave up the names of the 2 shooters. 6 days after he was arrested, he had a Bridgeport police detective come to the prison he was at, and he said it was Ivan and Edgar. That's what he testified to at his own trial, and that's what these other 4 witnesses all testified to at the later trials. The sentencing court, after Mr. Torres was convicted, gave no apparent consideration to his youth. We know a lot more about juvenile brain development now. Mr. Torres, he went to trial at the age of 20. He was arrested at 19. He's been in prison since then. He was a teenager when he was living on the streets and selling drugs and carrying firearms. The person he is now at 52 is worlds apart from what he was at 19. With respect to his education, Mr. Torres certainly has struggled over the years. I know I've been working with him for a couple years now. I know he is frustrated at his lack of progress. He has learning disabilities. He recently took a test for dyslexia. I will not at all be surprised if it turns out that he does have that. He's been trying hard to get his GED. He has trouble with it. I fully believe that if he's in the community, he enrolls in adult education, the special education services that will be available out there in the community will help him tremendously. I really think that if he gets out and he's able to take adult ed cases, he will be able to get his GED. And I know that is probably his most important goal. While he has been in prison for all these years, he's talked about all the programs he's taken. They've been extremely valuable to him. They've helped transform him. I think they're a real credit to the Department of Correction that they have worked as intended for Mr. Torres and for so many other men and women who come to prison in the state. It was often difficult for him due to his sentence length to get into programs. He was not a priority for many of the programs that he took. But fortunately, he was able to get into them over the years, and especially over the last, 5 or 6 years. And they've just been life-changing for him. I do also want to stress that Mr. Torres has a fantastic reentry plan. It's realistic, and he has a lot of family out there who are willing to go to bat for him. He has his fiance and his fiance's father who will be offering him a job. He has his brother who lives in state. He has multiple cousins who live in state. Board members, you saw the letters from his family members. They'll be there for him. They'll have his back. He has a home. He has those loving family members. He has a job waiting for him. He knows where to go to get his ID, his other identification documents, to go to school, to go to AA and NA meetings, to go to therapy, which he will certainly need after 33 years inside. He'll have my office in social worker Montagna working with him to get all that done for him. And just about I just want to also know something. I represent Mr. Torres here in the juvenile parole hearing. Even if he is granted here, I'm going to continue to represent him. My office is going to continue to represent him. I do think that even with his claim of innocence in this case, this is not fully a failure to accept responsibility. Mr. Torres fully accepts responsibility for the crimes that he committed as a young man, his illegal behavior. He carried a gun around. He sold drugs. He was not a good guy out there. And even if he didn't fire a gun that day, he knows he was caught up in the gang violence that was at the heart of all this. And there is responsibility there. And I know he knows that. He knows the harm he caused when he was out on the streets years ago. And I know he's truly sorry for that. I think he's really improved himself over the 33 years, and especially over the last, 5, 6, 7, 8 years. At this point, after more than 33 years in prison, his 20s, his 30s, and his 40s, and he's now 52, he's fit for release, and he fits the statutory criteria for release. I believe there's a strong probability he'll remain free if he's paroled without violating the law. Like I just said, he's now an older man. He's middle-aged. He'll soon be elderly. He has no desire to go back to what he'll be when he was 19 years old, or what he was when he was 19 years old. Having his reentry plan will really help him stay on the right side of the law. He's going to be busy. He's going to have a lot to do. He's going to have family members there for him. Knowing Mr. Torres, I know he's not going to go back to what he was 3.5 decades ago. And parole supervision will be there too. I think that'll be invaluable as well. I think he's demonstrated that he's rehabilitated. Multiple DOC staff members have written in support of him. They didn't need to do that. This wasn't in evaluations. This was in letters that they wrote on his behalf. The programs he's taken, and more recently being in the honor block, really had a profound impact on him and his way of thinking. He's always been a hard worker. He's always held a job. Even as he struggled in school, he always held a job. His evaluations are tremendous and show a respectful and hard worker. And again, he's really trying to get his GED. I know he is, and I know he's eager to enroll in adult education if he gets out, and hopefully we'll have some extra help out there. So based on everything that we heard today, I believe there's no benefit to Mr. Torres' continued incarceration. I think he's received the maximum benefit from incarceration. He's taken all the programs he can, and his release is compatible with the welfare of society. I'd ask the board to grant him parole. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. So we are all done with the question portion of our hearing, so we will deliberate and give you our decision in just a few minutes. Ms. Turner?
Still trying to wrap my mind around some of what was just shared. So help me with my math here, because you seem to have different numbers.
Okay.
And maybe I'm not including the earned credit, but I see a end of sentence date in 1968 or 2068.
Mm-hmm.
He's served 34 of the 94 years, so he has 60 left, and then credit comes off of.
DOC records indicate there's an estimated release date of February 2057.
Sooner than I had. And he's been incarcerated since 1991. That's what I looked up.
Yeah, 90.
Yes.
Bad thing was, if he had been incarcerated for that first gun crime, the second, I guess it doesn't make sense to say the child wouldn't have been shot because he didn't shoot the child, right?
Okay.
So, I at loss for figuring out how to help Mr. Torres. Cutting his sentence by 60 years. I don't know how to do that. It just seems, I appreciate that he scores low for his risk to reoffend and that he's done a lot of good things with vocational and programming. So maybe somebody else should go.
All the evaluations are good.
Mr. Rodriguez, what are your thoughts?
Good. The support letters, I struggled with it as well. I don't know, that makes years ago now.
You know, when I looked at the sentence, I looked at all the consecutive pieces to it. It's not often that we see that. I kind of took a look at the most significant of the sentences. Yeah. So, this is my assessment for what it's worth. So, Mr. Rodriguez was 18 years old. He was out on community release when this happened. The other co-defendants in this case were 24, 25, and in one other case, 39. Right? We have no date of birth on another. So he's the youngest of the group. He scores low to at risk to recidivate. His risk factors were identified as criminal history, education, employment, and finance. I think can't do anything about the criminal history. He's been working on his education. He's been employed while he's been incarcerated, and he has skills to bring home with him into the community. He's got a medical score of 4. He has done, I don't know about my other board members, but it's not common that we see so much programming done when they're transferred when inmates are transferred out of state. I think we've seen a handful when they're transferred to Virginia at that one time, and there's very little programming, if any, is done. So I did give Mr. Torres a lot of credit for all that he has managed to, I don't know if he talked himself into the programs or just found himself in the right place, but he did a lot of programs in Massachusetts. He did schooling in Arizona. He is a Spanish-speaking person who taught himself to read English. He has used his skills in that respect to help other inmates with translating in the school itself, helping out with orientation. He has worked. I have him with excellent work reports that talk about him being respectful, taking initiative, being dependable, cooperative, that he is no issue. And his good work reports I have going back to 1999. I think his goals for when he gets out are reasonable and realistic. It's clear that he was reckless, immature, impulsive, which is what we see in these cases that this law was made for. You know, the 18, 19 juvenile brains that are underdeveloped at the time that they commit these offenses. I asked Mr. Torres about, can you be rehabilitated if you don't accept responsibility? And, he answered that he thinks he can. Again, I go back, I look at somebody who has a 94-year sentence, and he continued to take programming. I think he could have looked at it as being hopeless, that he was in jail at the age of 18 for the rest of his life, essentially. But he continued to do what he could to improve himself and make himself a better person all the way around. I think that speaks to his rehabilitation. I think his translating in the facility, helping out at the school, speaks to his efforts at volunteering. He takes responsibility for that lifestyle he was living. Had he not been living that lifestyle, he would not be before us today. It is clear he has a lot of support in the community. There was a number of letters, and his girlfriend's father-in-law, which his daughter's dating somebody with someone that's been incarcerated all those years, and he sees the good in him also, willing to give him a job, sent a letter to that effect. He talked about his brother, who has been making a living working as a truck driver. I think that's also a strong indication of support in the community. I think it's very unfortunate that Mr. Torres hasn't been able to get his GED, but I think there's other things happening there. I think it's from a lack of effort in any respect. So I know it's a big ask for us today, but I am in favor of granting his discretionary parole. My math puts him on discretionary parole for 24 years. Maybe that provides a huge blanket of safety in the community, but that'll make Mr. Torres 76 years old when he finishes. He's 52 now. We also know that risk for recidivate reduces as individuals get older. He alluded to some medical issues. We, of course, would not be going into that. But I would be in favor of granting his discretionary parole today. We're looking at suitability for parole. Our job today is not to talk about whether he is guilty or innocent. And I think if he came before us today and said, today I did it, we'd be wondering why he put everybody to trial, or he spent all these years saying he didn't do it. Our job is suitability for parole. That's the statute. And by my review, my assessment is I have found Mr. Torres to be suitable. I'm going to make a motion.
Well,
There's just so many factors that aren't explained.
yeah.
This whole FBI situation,
I hear all that, but all we have are those couple of, I'm sorry, Ms. Turner, go ahead.
And now we have the public defender explaining to us, things about witness statements and the co-defendants and their sentences and who was found guilty. It's I'm going to vote minority.
Okay. So in the matter of Geraldo,
we discussed his conditions.
Yes, we can.
No alcohol, mental health evaluation and treatment, no co-defendants plus Bernard Testani.
Yes.
And I want to see a halfway house placement in case this relationship doesn't pan out.
Okay. Right. So in the matter of Geraldo Torres Jr., 191627, I make a motion to grant discretionary parole on or after today, December 16th, 2024, with the following conditions. No alcohol consumption, halfway house placement if needed, mental health evaluation and treatment as deemed necessary, no contact with the deceased family, DG, VF, DG, no contact with co-defendants, Juan Rivera, Samuel Segarra, Ivan Diaz, Edgar Robles, and Bernardo Testani. Do I have a second? All those in favor? Aye. Those opposed?
Aye.
Aye. So, Mr. Torres, it's a majority decision vote to grant you to discretionary parole today. We wish you the best of luck, and I certainly hope that you follow through with all the resources that have been put in place for you, and the opportunity that's just been afforded to you. You have a long period of parole. It will be what you make of it.
Thank
Thank
you.
you. Appreciate it.
This concludes the Public Act 169 hearing for Geraldo Torres in the number 191627 and
All right. So I want to go ahead and thank everybody for tuning in today. It looks like it's over for the day. We should be back tomorrow, nice and early. I normally start about maybe like at about 7 or 8, depending on what time I wake up. And hey, highly appreciate you guys tuning in. This is you have a collect call from, and like I like to say around here, life's like a candle. Once you blow it out, it lights out. And with that, we are out. A rato.